or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Get ready for Men at Work. You better run, you better take cover. And Toad the Wet Sprocket. Live in concert. Be this close. Friday, July 31st, Event Center at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Walk on the ocean. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Men at Work and Toad the Wet Sprocket.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenslin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And good morning. This is Linda Kern sitting in for Don Stenslin.
Turn it off!
If you hear Elvis music, you know it's Linda Kern sitting in. I hope the listeners are okay with all the Elvis that plays when I'm on.
You know you're keeping this place alive. Graceland, funded by Linda Kearns and her radio plays on 1210 WPHT. You're the only one playing Elvis on the radio anymore.
That's not true. That's not true. You hear a lot of Elvis on the radio.
No, where?
Exactly. On the oldie stations. Well, I mean, maybe not on the stations you listen to, but
Yep.
And I certainly hear it every day because it's on all my playlists.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
You and nobody else.
Well, this is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stenslin. I know we all missed Dawn, and she will be back. 855-839-1210 if you want to call in to talk about Elvis or anything. Hey, so Dan, have you gone to a lot of movies lately?
I have not been to one in years.
So I'm noticing that there's more movies coming out. They seem to be promoting them more. So do you know what number Toy Story we're up to? Because a new one just came out.
I thought it was 6.
5.
Yeah, I thought there was already a 5.
Yeah, no, Toy Story 5 just came out. I can't believe they're still making those movies.
Did you go see it?
No, I did not. But I saw on Rotten Tomatoes, it got a 95% rating. Now, when I go on Rotten Tomatoes, do you go on that site?
No. I used to a lot, but
yeah,
I've lost faith.
Well, they have 2 ratings. They have the critics rating and then the actual moviegoers rating.
Okay.
And I always like the moviegoers rating because some of the critics they don't.
The audience score, right?
Yeah, the audience score. That's what I like. And Toy Story 5 had a 95% Rotten Tomatoes score for the audience. So hey, it sounds like it's going to be a good movie. Your daughter's too young for movies.
Yeah, no,
right?
she doesn't get it yet. She
Okay.
just looks at colors on the screen and smiles.
And then there's a Supergirl movie, either coming out or out now. I think that these superhero movies, it's enough already. But I know Zioli. I know Zioli loves them. Who I know, I was so disappointed. He was supposed to come on today, and he found something better
He ditched
to do.
us.
I know.
He got called for Fox.
I'm upset about that because what I had prepped for him, I had printed out the civics test that they give to people who are applying for citizenship, and I was going to test him.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's not here. Maybe I'll test you.
No.
And I'll
fail.
Can
I use ChatGPT?
No. I know you're too quick with that computer. I also printed out this New Jersey trivia test, and I was going to ask him New Jersey trivia, but he ditched us. Maybe
Give us a sample of one of the questions on the Jersey one.
Maybe Matt Rooney will call in, and I can quiz him. All right. Well, They go from easy to really hard. So an example of an easy one is Philadelphia's border with New Jersey is created entirely by what river?
Delaware.
Oh, there you go.
Hey! At least I didn't say the Hudson, right?
Here's another easy one. Winning the big award in 2004, what New Jersey set HBO program was the first cable show to win the Emmy for Outstanding Drama?
The Wire.
Are you serious?
No, Sopranos.
Oh, okay. I never know when you're you're
really?
fooling
That's
around.
really what you think of me?
Well, I don't know.
Gullibility of you is pretty high. You know that?
Did you know that? Oh, how about this? The airship era is often considered to have ended with the wreck of the Hindenburg in what U.S. state? Well, obviously we're talking about New Jersey, so the answer is New Jersey. I don't know.
Lakewood.
No, New Jersey. Well, the answer was the state of New Jersey. Did you know the Hindenburg wrecked in New Jersey? I don't think I knew that.
You didn't really? What?
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm also a cornball with disasters. So.
Oh.
Manchester
gotcha.
Township. I did Google that though.
That's where the
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Naval Air Station Lakehurst, 1937. Yes. Oh, the humanity.
New Jersey's the most densely populated state in America. Did you know that? I knew that.
No, but it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you don't realize it when you're driving, on the highways and you see the pinelands and everything. But yeah,
I mean, down here in South Jersey, South
North Jersey,
like Salem County, beautiful, but
yeah.
farm and yeah.
Hi,
okay, Suze.
How about
Suze
this?
loves the Dan cam.
Here's a wait. Why do we have the Dan cam on?
Oh, sorry. You want to be solo?
No.
I'll switch it. Yeah, no, I'll get myself out of there, Linda. I know how much you like the spotlight.
Okay, here's another one. I know I don't like the spotlight. Although Woodrow Wilson was a former governor of the state, which other former U.S. president is the only one to have been born in New Jersey? He died in New Jersey as well.
I don't know.
Grover Cleveland.
Okay.
Yeah.
He wasn't born in Ohio? Cleveland, Ohio?
Well, he died in New Jersey. He died in...
Stupid question.
Yeah.
I was joking again.
Oh, okay.
I know Grover Cleveland wasn't born in Cleveland, Ohio.
Well, I'm not quick on the uptake with your jokes. We don't have the same we don't have the same tempo when it comes to jokes.
I'm sorry. I'm a goof.
In April 2021, Governor Phil Murphy signed into law a bill legalizing cannabis possession by adults 21 and older in New Jersey.
I know nothing. I see nothing.
Well, I was gonna go through all this with Zioli. He's not here, and if Matt Rooney calls in, I can ask him some questions. And then the citizenship test. So, do you know about the citizenship test?
Yeah.
Every
time this topic comes up, I shy away because I think I'd fail miserably.
Well, it's not that hard to pass it because they ask you 20 questions and you only have to get 12 correct. That's not a very high score.
I don't want to do it, but all right. What's the sample?
There's very, very easy ones. Do you want an easy one or a hard one?
Just get the easiest you can find.
Okay. Seriously, you would know all this stuff.
I don't think I would.
All right. How many U.S. senators are there?
100.
Very good.
Sorry, my mic wasn't turning on. I swear there wasn't a delay there.
Okay.
Go to the footage, youtube.com/@12WPHT.
How many voting members are in the House of Representatives?
Oh, I don't know, 300 something.
435.
Yeah, see,
That's an easy one.
I don't know it though.
Well,
I didn't take. See, well, there's this is where the discussion can spur. I'm part of the generation that I didn't get a civics course.
Well,
I wasn't taught this stuff in school because they didn't care. I was taught humanities is what I had.
So when I was in school, it was called social studies, but we still kind of learned.
Oh no, we
stuff.
didn't do any of this.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
Huh. That's.
I feel like we were just expected to know it over time, and maybe I didn't listen.
How long is the term for a U.S. senator?
4 years.
No.
2 years.
Are you serious, Dan? These are such easy. I looked at these. I'm like, I can't ask anybody these. These are so easy. 6 years. Dan.
That one was a serious. Yeah. Let's not do this anymore. How about that?
Oh, what? Because you don't like not getting good grades? Because, you're well on your way to not getting citizenship.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I
think a lot of people in my generation would be the same.
I thought it was easy because you only had to get 12 right. And here you go. You're getting.
We're the people that have elected AOC, who doesn't know the 3 branches of government.
Yeah, well, that's one of the questions. Do you know the 3 branches of government?
Executive, legislative, judicial.
Very good.
Boom. I've redeemed myself, people. That's the end of the game, Linda.
Well,
I'm ending on a high note.
No, one more. How long do Supreme Court justices serve?
For life.
Very good.
Until they want to be done.
Yep. Yeah.
Until they croak.
That's actually the answers.
What, till they croak?
For life and until retirement.
Okay.
And for life, that implies until they die.
I'm breaking a flop sweat over here.
Why? Getting asked all these questions?
I know, yeah.
No, there was some hard ones that I didn't even know. Like there was one that name one American Indian tribe in the United States. I wouldn't have been able to do that.
No, really? Seneca, Cherokee, Iroquois.
Oh, well, see, there you go. You know how do you
I know my
that?
Indians.
Oh,
because I took humanities.
Oh, gotcha.
See?
Here, this is an interesting one. Name one example of an American innovation, something that was, first made in America.
Film?
That's not on the list.
No. What do you mean it's not on the list?
I'm telling you, it's not. Something.
Thomas Edison not existing people?
Wait. Well, wait, what did Thomas Edison make, though?
Well, I mean, it's debatable. He corporatized film.
The
light bulb. Is that what
exactly,
you're
yeah.
Oh, the light bulb's on there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Light bulb,
electricity?
That's not on the... Well...
What do you mean the whole kite with Ben Franklin flying? It's not
I don't know. I'm just looking at the list. I got it off the website for the U.S. Citizenship.
See, that's why I'm failing, you know?
Okay.
Questions like Senate length, yeah.
I think it's interesting that they give us this test. What I really found interesting was, with all this stuff about socialism nowadays and us all being horrified that we're electing all these socialists, there's a lot of questions about, why did the United States fight the Cold War to stop communism, which is, a form of socialism? Why don't
you ask me those types of questions rather than these quantifiable numbers that I'm not good with? I'm not a mathematician.
What number?
Lengths of how long the senators stay in.
Another question was, why did the United States enter the Korean War? To stop communism. Why did the United States enter the Vietnam War? To stop the spread of communism. And here we are electing all these people who essentially think communism is a good thing. So what's happening in this country, Dan? Well, I blame your generation.
I was just say, after that citizenship, I think we know exactly what happened in this country.
That's true, because if you don't learn from your mistakes, that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm just not easily brainwashed like a lot in my generation who don't learn this crap, then have someone come teach them a different lesson, and that's why communism and socialism, like what I'm talking about is what happens in the universities. They're not taught how to, be a patriotic American in school anymore. So when they finally get to these Marxist professors...
You're right.
They're fresh brain. And
when I was in grade school and high school, I went to Catholic school through all 12 years. We had to say the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. Did you have to do that?
No.
Wow.
Yeah. Huh. Well, we did, but then it got phased out in high school.
Why?
First for God, too.
It's horrible. Yeah. So we have a really good guest coming up, Justin Reamer. He's one of my buddies that he's an election law lawyer like me. So we're going to talk election law and we're going to make it really interesting. So that's coming up. I think we have him at 11. I sent you all his info, and he has all the stuff to call in. And we'll talk about, some of these laws that are getting passed around about elections. So I hope that's exciting. And what are you doing for the 4th?
Sleeping.
Seriously?
Yeah. No, I don't know yet. Actually, why do you have plans? Yeah.
I'll probably go to the shore.
You hosting a party and
no?
Wait, you're getting out of the city? See, that's where my mind is right now.
You want to come into the city?
No. All right. So this is where I'm at. I recently found out that because Dawn's not here, I'll have a couple days off next week, kind of centered around the 4th. So we're given an opportunity to travel, right?
Okay.
There's a couple places we might want to drive to, book a cheap hotel.
Okay.
But the thought is, if this is America's 250th and it's July 4th, and they're acting like Philadelphia, like all the happenings here is going to be like monumental, and
this is where we started.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is it uncouth to leave the area for America's 250th on July 4th?
I think that happens when you live in the place where the stuff is happening.
Yeah.
I think that's
just.
I mean, we're here all the time.
Because you're leaving town too. You don't want to deal with the crowds and crap.
No. Yeah, I really don't. I don't.
Yeah. I don't know.
I would rather.
I just feel like I FOMO. I feel like I'm missing out. But if I'm being realistic with myself, I'm not coming in the city for the 4th.
Look, I applaud anyone who's doing it. It's great. I mean, we're 250 years old. We're still here. I think that's great. I think our country's really strong. We obviously still have a lot of problems, but yeah, no, none of what's going on appealed to me. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't appeal to other people. I mean, I think there's a lot of great programs that they're putting on. I think they're having a concert, right, too, like usual?
Yeah, I think there's like a whole...
Fireworks.
Special.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll find out at some point during the show.
I don't know. I think when you live in Philadelphia, the natural thing is say, I'm going to get out on the weekend. So,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's
And then you got there's a World Cup game that day. And...
Yeah. Although, I got to give kudos. I haven't seen like a lot of congestion or... traffic or anything. It seems to be going relatively smoothly. We seem to be handling that.
Yeah, because it's just bringing in a different fan base, and that's the thing that's bugged me through this is we're talking chaos, but the stadium's not fitting more people than an Eagles game. Every Sunday we deal with the same amount of people descending upon the city. It's just a different colored jersey that they're wearing.
Yeah, and I think I read it's bringing in a lot of money. The businesses are making money.
Yeah,
People are spending money. So, yeah, I think that's great. And we have the All-Star game, right?
Yes.
Although
the MLB coming up after that. All right, Christina Aguilera, Will Smith, DJ Jazzy Jeff, Jill Scott, The Roots, Seal, Wanda Sykes, State Property, Kathy Sledge, Infinity Song, and more perform at One Philly Unity Concert for America to commemorate America's 250th anniversary on the Parkway on July 4th.
By the way, Dan, speaking of music, I think we have to organize a protest because today I saw the Inquirer put out 76 iconic Philadelphia songs.
Okay.
Guess what was not on there?
No, and it's going to be an Elvis thing.
No. G-Love's...
I-95?
Yeah, it was I-76. But how could they not put G-Love's song on a list of 76 icon? There you go.
You know, I'm going to let this play for a sec because I don't know if our listeners have ever heard this song, but this is the definition of Philadelphia.
It absolutely is. And a lot of Garrett's songs are simple, but I don't want to say simple in a prerogative, in a bad way. It's like they're simple, but they're genius.
Little Nicky J. So if you gotta get downtown real quick, the only way to go is I-76. But if you ain't got any time to lose.
I mean, I think that's Philly.
It is.
Get downtown, I-76. By the way, I was going to book G-Love, but I've decided to punish you with all of your using
my AI.
Yep, I'm not doing it. And then I was thinking of booking him to have him explain to you why all your AI music hurts musicians.
We can get into discussion next hour about it. My mission has slightly changed when it comes to artificial intelligence.
That you're not as into it?
Oh, no. I used to be incredibly against it, but I think I don't know, to protect my own future, I've decided that maybe I should learn how to use it to help me do my job better.
Right. Yeah, and I think what people are missing too is that it's been around. I don't think it was in our face. Like when you think about it, if you have security cameras, they work on AI because they determine if it's a person or not a person's, and that's a form of AI. So I think it's been around. I think it's just getting in our face a lot more. I just really don't like when people use it to create music because there's so many musicians out there who create great music, and I don't think AI could write a song like the one we have on right now, I-76. I mean, he wrote that about himself and his friends and what he did when he was in high school.
I mean, I was a kid when I first heard this song. I remember sitting in the back of Russ, who was my sister's boyfriend's car. Top down Ford Bronco, flying into the city, going with my older sister. I was just a kid to South Street. First time I ever smelled marijuana was on that trip to South Street. But I remember the truck being open, this blasting, and it's just seeing the skyline coming over because I was in Jersey at the time, coming over the Ben Franklin Bridge, and I just there's such nostalgia to it. There's such emotion behind a song like this that I agree with you. And I mean, I joke around with the guy in Dubai because I don't have the talent, and I think a lot of people that don't have talent do feel empowered by creating something that actually sounds decent. But I think there's truth that you got to leave it to the experts when it comes to the actual
and I just think it's better. And back to why I even brought this up. How did this song not land on the Inquirer's 76 iconic Philadelphia songs?
What was number one? Do you know?
I can look it up. I mean, a lot of them I never even heard of. But then again, like my music taste is basically Elvis and G-Love, so I don't have a huge repertoire that I can
with that kind of differentiation, it seems like you have a very big repertoire. just the two artists.
Well, G-Love kind of looks like he kind of looks like Elvis, and sometimes he says that's why I represent.
Why am I going to pay to go see the 76 most iconic Philadelphia songs?
Here,
you want to gift me an article?
Wait, let me look with. I have it up. The most iconic one is "Ain't No Stopping Us Now." Why is that
Like the Philly sound, like the 70s.
I guess so, and they were songwriters.
Yeah, like Philly Motown kind of soul.
Yeah.
Well, Philly Motown.
Number 2 is the OJ's Backstabbers. I'm not even sure if I know that
Same
one.
kind of vibe back in the 70s
Number
when we
3,
actually had a music scene here.
Oh, I don't. Number 3, Meek Mill, Dreams and Nightmares.
Oh, number 3?
Of course they have to give.
It's
one
just
to Meek
because we
Mill.
used it for the.
Number 4, Harold
sports.
Melvin and the Blue Notes, If You Don't Know Me by Now.
If you don't know
Number
me
5,
by
the
now.
Delaphonics, La La Means I Love You. Number 6, that's Iconic Philly?
What, Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes or Hall & Oates?
No, the one you're playing now.
Yeah, no, I think it definitely is.
I just think that G-Love could have made one of these in 76 songs. 6 Hall & Oates, She's Gone. Hall & Oates, that's Philly.
Yeah, Philadelphia International label, 72 to 76, ran by Gamble and Huff. It seems like, 4 of the top 5 songs are from that era.
Number 7, The Roots, featuring Erykah Badu. How do you say her name? Badu and Eve, You Got Me. I like The Roots.
Yeah? Do you?
Oh, number 8, Chubby Checker, The Twist.
No.
I mean, he's from Philly. You don't think that's iconic Philly?
It's just, the song is just redundant and...
This is a great
like
song.
When your song isn't even played at weddings anymore because it's so annoying.
That's not true.
I think
it's a great song.
I think it is.
Number 9, Bruce Springsteen's Streets.
With Jerry Blavitt gone, I don't think this gets any play anymore.
I listen to it. It's in my playlist.
Hey.
Number 9, Bruce Springsteen's Streets of Philadelphia. Is that the one he wrote for the movie Philadelphia, the one about with Tom Hanks when he got AIDS? Is that what he wrote that for?
Yep.
Okay.
Wish my microphone worked.
Number 10, Jill Scott, A Long Walk. Well, Jill Scott, she's Philadelphian. Number 11, Marian Anderson, Deep River. I mean, I just think G-Love should be on this list. Number 12, Billy Paul, Me and Mrs. Jones. I mean, I don't think, though, if you just gave me this list and just said, what do all these songs have in common, I don't think I'd say Philly.
No.
Number 13, David Bowie, Young Americans.
Wait, what?
How
is Bowie? No, but how... Bowie has nothing to do with Philly.
It says...
Oh, because of the...
He came to Sigma Sound Studios in 1974 seeking Philadelphia soul. Oh, maybe he recorded it here, but that's kind of tenuous.
What's the name of it?
Young Americans.
Do you know that one? Just by name? Hold on, I'm pulling it up here. I feel like I'll probably know it once I hear it.
I just don't think Philly when I hear that. I think Victoria Coates because that's what Zioli plays when she.
I was like, wait, I know this song. Where? Yeah. Oh, it's Victoria Coates' theme song.
14, John Coltrane, Giant Steps. See, these are not like making me feel Philly.
Well, I think Coltrane's very Philly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did see Will Smith on here. He was a lot further down though.
Apparently this is common knowledge. You got like 18 comments on YouTube saying that Bowie recorded this in Philly. So I apologize for my idiocy today.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I know. People were probably listening to me like, she knows nothing about music. Why does she not think these are Philly?
Hey, we got a break soon.
Oh, and our guest is coming up, Justin Reamer, and we have a lot to talk about here. Live and local here in Philadelphia, 1210 WPHT. Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor,
and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
A diagnosis like heart failure, AFib, because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
Looking to elevate your home with timeless beauty? At Suburban Marble and Granite, a proud veteran-owned business, craftsmanship meets premium quality. They source only the finest imported stone from around the world, perfect for kitchens, bathrooms, slab walls, outdoor spaces, and custom projects that truly stand out. From design to installation, their team delivers A-plus service and stunning results every step of the way. Suburban Marble and Granite, endless possibilities, spectacular results. Visit suburbanmarble.com to get started today.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja. Pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. Oh, but they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728, or crashproofretirement.com.
Summer is here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
If you're ready to propose, step up to the fifth C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. At Cozy Jewelers, you sit down directly with Paul to design a custom engagement ring that tells your story. And because he's the manufacturer, you get exceptional quality and value. No mass-produced settings, no shortcuts. Every piece is carefully inspected before it leaves. For a ring built to last generations, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And this is Linda Kearns sitting in for Dawn Stensland on 1210 WPHT here in Philadelphia. 855-839-1210 if you want to call in. And I'm excited to introduce our next guest, one of my election law attorney buddies that I've known for a very long time. We've worked very closely together on a lot of elections. And I'm happy to have him here to talk election law, which I think everyone here in the Philadelphia and greater Pennsylvania, New Jersey area is really excited to hear about. Justin Reamer, are you there?
I'm here, Linda. How are you doing?
Hey, Justin. So first of all, tell us where we can find you if we want to follow you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm on Twitter, X, I guess, at Justin_Reamer. And I run two nonprofits as well, Restoring Integrity and Trust in Elections, which you can get at rightusa.org. And then the Ulysses S. Grant Institute for the Study of Democracy, which is a mouthful, I understand, which is grantdemocracy.org.
Yeah, so I would recommend going to that website. What's the grant? Grantdemocracy.org. I would recommend going there and signing up for the newsletter because you write it and it has some really interesting stuff in it, which is one of the reasons I wanted to have you on today, because you wrote about this new proposal, this new federal law proposal. Basically, it's going to commonly known as the Voter ID Act as an alternative to the Save America Act. So do you want to tell us about that?
Sure, absolutely. And just to sort of set the table here, there's traditionally conservatives have been very reluctant to push federal legislation when it comes to voting rules. I think for a few reasons. One is just the respect for federalism, the understanding that states are sort of the default for setting election policies under the Constitution, but also a more pragmatic concern, which is that we always felt like the left could do more damage through federal legislation. And so we've tried to stay away from it.
I mean, you're saying something that I've said on this station multiple times over the past, I don't know how many months. Whenever the federal government gets involved in election laws, it turns out not good for true election integrity people. I go back to the NVRA, that it dumped all those people on the voter rolls from the, telling people that telling states that you have to sign people up to vote when they go to get a driver's license. And it did have that disclosure provision in it that we were supposed to be able to ask questions about the voter rolls and do voter list maintenance. And now the courts have really very much diluted that part of that act. So that's why I fear whenever the government gets involved in any type of election law.
No, it's a very valid concern. Congress hasn't done a great job on legislating this stuff. But I think there's been sort of a breaking point in the past few years where, we have some bad actor states, what is basically how I would describe them, like California and others that, have expanded accessibility to such an extent without making any changes to their safeguards, right? They're only making it easier to vote, even though it's already so easy to vote, and not doing anything to increase the integrity of their election processes. So it's only, it's only balanced towards accessibility and not on integrity. And so I think what we're seeing is some recognition that there needs to be at least some minimum safeguards, including on voter ID, because a lot of states have literally nothing. Where I live in Maryland, I voted on Tuesday in our primary, and I'm just always shocked when I'm not asked for my ID, right? They ask for my address, and I believe they might ask for my birth date, and that's it. And then they hand me a ballot, and I go vote. And that information is easily accessible to anyone that wants to get it on the internet, right?
Right.
You can Google my name. Yep.
Yeah, here in Pennsylvania, we do not have voter ID. It was actually our legislature did put it into effect. I think it was back in 2011. It was immediately challenged, and it's unconstitutional in Pennsylvania to ask someone for their ID unless it's your first time voting in that polling place. And I had mentioned to you that I actually became an elected poll worker this time around. So I was actually sat in the polling place. The thing that you and I, for, I don't know, the last 20 years have recruited people to do, I decided, hey, I'm going to do this myself. And it was pretty eye-opening. And I live in a district that is, I think, about 99% Democrat. So I was kind of the unicorn. But even the Democrats were saying, you don't need my ID. And unfortunately, that's not the law.
It is unfortunate. And I do want to hear more about your experiences with that, because I think it's a great thing that you're doing. And I wish more people would volunteer for those types of positions. And I always make sure to thank the election workers, when I show up to vote, because they don't have to be there. And it's not fun.
It was not fun. And I know we have to get to the law, but it's a hard job. I think I got there at 6:30 in the morning, and I had to stay. I don't know. I think I was there till 10 because you have to wait till the police come to pick up the voting materials. And I wanted to just go there, and I just wanted to kind of just do my job and check people in and just kind of be inconspicuous. Well. And I've given the talk, the training poll workers and election workers probably 150 times in the past 20 years. So I know the laws backwards and forwards. So I know what people are supposed to do. But, it was a little intimidating because when I got there here in Pennsylvania, you are not allowed to electioneer within 10 feet of the door of the polling place. And of course, that word door has been heavily litigated, what constitutes a door, and not every polling place has a door. Well, in my particular polling place, it was in this community center. So the judge of elections actually took a piece of blue tape and put it 10 feet from my desk where I was checking people in. And then right behind that was like five Democrats, like basically giving out election material because it was a heavily contested primary because there was a very progressive liberal candidate running in the primary. And if they won that, they would unseat the Democrat because, the general elections in Philly don't mean a lot. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, that's not 10 feet from the door. And, but even me, who was in charge of Pennsylvania for the Trump campaign, it's still a little intimidating to say something. So I really understand what we're asking these poll workers to do. But Justin, my little foray into being an election worker turned into a huge event because I called down to the commissioner's office to let them know the commissioner showed up. It was turned into this huge debacle. He made everyone leave the polling place. And afterwards, I said to it was our Republican commissioner, Seth Bluestein. I said, Seth, thanks for not diming me out that I was the one who complained because I'm just, here to just be a good neighbor. And he said, Linda, please. They all knew who you are. They had Googled you. They were complaining that you were a Trump plant to be in there. They said they knew you complained, and they said, we've been doing it this way in our polling place for the past 30 years. And I thought, yeah, because there hasn't been a Republican in here for 30 years. So that's what we ask these people to do. So if anyone wants to volunteer to be a poll watcher or for us to get you in a polling place, that's what you're up for.
That's great. And I mean, we need bipartisan poll workers and observers too, right? I mean, in Philly, what was it, maybe 5 or 10 years ago, that it was a former congressman that got indicted for stuffing ballots in a Philly polling place. And, if you had a Republican poll worker, you would have that sense of transparency, and just the deterrent effect of having somebody there really prevents a lot of the problems from ever occurring.
Right, and I guess that's my concern. We're going to talk about the Save America Act and then this Voter ID Act proposal. If we don't have people in these polling places, these laws, no matter what Congress passes, are not going to get followed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No law is good if it's not being enforced. Absolutely.
So tell us why this Voter ID Act that is getting proposed might be a little bit better than the Save America Act.
Sure. Well, so the Voter ID Act is essentially a stripped down version of some of the other federal bills that have been obviously quite discussed nationally, particularly the Save America Act, which is more comprehensive. So Save America has when voters register to vote, as well as ID. And the new Voter ID Act does is it just narrows it to requiring ID for voters that vote both by mail and that vote in person. And so it's more of a rifle shot at the voter ID issue. And I mean, I don't know the motivations behind the sponsors, but my guess is it's more a pragmatic approach to trying to get some federal standards in place that wouldn't encounter the same type of opposition that the proof of citizenship requirements have faced in the Save America Act. So it's a pretty straightforward bill.
Well, I was just going to say, doesn't the Voter ID Act allow poll workers to, if you don't have your ID or it's not acceptable, to fill out an affidavit or some other remedy other than just turning people away?
It does. It guarantees that a voter can vote provisionally if they forget their ID. And so they can come back within 3 days after the election and say, oh, I have an ID, here you go. It also requires a federal agency to provide grant funds to states to make sure that voters, the very few voters who do not have an acceptable ID,
I know, but
are able to get one for free.
But the Democrats will find that one person who doesn't have, because here in Pennsylvania, when they sued, the woman's name was Virginia Applewhite. And she sued because she said, I don't have an ID. And she had all of these big firm attorneys. She must have had 10 attorneys who sued for her. And she said, I can't get to the driver's license place to get my ID, because you can go to the driver's license place to just get an ID rather than a driver's license. And I'm thinking, she has 10 attorneys, probably all earning like over $200,000 a year. Why doesn't someone just drive her there and solve this? And then we don't need the lawsuit, right?
Exactly. It shows how artificially constructed these lawsuits are challenging these laws, because for exactly your point, I mean, she's got these, $1,500 an hour lawyers working pro bono for her, yet she, can't get a free ID. It's pretty wild, but that's how these lawsuits are constructed. And, the left is very good at finding the unicorn voter who somehow cannot comply with these laws. But we do know, and because this has been litigated, that the vast majority of voters already have an acceptable ID under any state or federal proposal to mandate voter ID. And I'm sympathetic to the small universe of people who don't have them, and that's why you need to make it as easy as possible for someone to get an ID that doesn't have one. No one's denying that, right?
Right.
And that's what this legislation does. And, it doesn't become an unfunded mandate for the states that don't already have photo ID laws. They're able to actually, finance the provision of these IDs, which, again, you're looking at a couple thousand people probably that end up taking advantage of needing to get the ID.
Yeah. I think when we have mail balloting, though, having a photo ID is almost like a fiction, because when you come into my polling place, I look at, if you're a first time voter and I have to look at your ID, I look at the ID and I look at the picture to make sure you match. But there's no one to match it if I put a copy of my ID in the envelope and send it to the voter place. They're not looking at me to make sure that's my ID. So that's kind of like a fiction that the voter ID is protecting anything when it comes to mail voting, don't you think?
I do. And I think it just shows the inherent of voting by mail. You're not faced with the election official. You can certainly mitigate the risk of fraud, but you're not going to eliminate it. And that's different from in-person voting. I mean, I think you can virtually eliminate the risk of fraud. So you're already starting from a position of, we're just trying to make this less worse.
Right. Yeah,
it
exactly.
already is.
Well,
yeah,
Justin,
you're right.
I have to take a break because, we have to pay the bills, but can you stick around? Because I have a bunch more questions to ask you, especially on things that you and I have faced here in Pennsylvania. Can you stick around through the break?
Absolutely.
Right.
Be happy to.
Just a couple of listener comments there, Linda. Tuna Fang writes in on YouTube, meanwhile, you need to stand in line with 200 mouth breathers to get a real ID if you want to fly or enter a federal building. And we're talking all this. D-Med says, no ID, no vote.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Summer's meant for making memories somewhere between here and there, and the right vehicle makes every mile memorable. Right now at Tri-County Toyota, you can finance a new 2026 Toyota Tundra for as low as 2.99% APR. Plus, every vehicle comes with our Tri-County for Life guarantee. Visit us at 15 L&D Drive or online at tricountytoyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You. With approved credit, final price includes $490 doc fee plus tax, tag, title, and other government charges. Expires 6/30/2026. See dealer for details.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
And we are back with my good friend Justin Reamer. You can get him on Twitter or X at Justin_Reamer, RIEMER. This is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stenslin on 1210 WPHT. And Justin, you are involved, as we said in the last segment, with the Grant Institute and Restoring Integrity and Trust in Elections. And what those organizations are basically built on donor funds. Why is that a good use of donor money to donate to an organization like the Grant Institute or Restoring Integrity and Trust in Elections?
Sure. Great question, and appreciate you allowing me to plug my organizations.
Absolutely.
Sure. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if you can't trust our election processes, especially if you're more of a political donor, if you don't believe the process is being run and delivering outcomes for, whoever gets the most legal votes wins the election and becomes our elected leaders, then what is the point of giving to a candidate? What is the point of giving to a super PAC, whatever it may be? And so, we fight to make sure that the rules that the rule of law applies to our election processes, and we do that through litigation. So we sue states and counties when they're not following the law, particularly in ways that erode the integrity of the process. And that's primarily what Right does. And then Grant is more of a think tank, for lack of a better term, where we research and we study on these election issues and really are trying to push back on what is a very large group of organizations on the left that, essentially snipe at things like voter ID laws, at, secure voter registration, all those types of things. And, they're so well funded. I mean, the funding that the progressives offer to these organizations pales in comparison to what we have on the conservative side. And, we really don't have a conservative organization think tank that is focused exclusively on election issues. We have a few that it's a big part of what they do. But really, as far as a charitable organization, we're one of the few, if not the only one, that focuses exclusively on voting and election administration.
And the Grant Institute has a Philly connection because our Philly's own John Yoo is on the board, and his mother still lives here, and he's a huge Philadelphia Eagles fan. So that's another reason why Philadelphians should check out the Grant Institute, because of our local connection to it. Your other organization, Right, Restoring Integrity and Trust in Elections, a few years ago, you had sponsored a lawsuit that sued Philadelphia because of the problem that we had with the potential for double voting, wherein people could vote by mail and then vote on the machine. And you basically sued, and just to kind of basically dumb it down, saying that they can't start to count the votes until they check the votes that come back from the machines to make sure the person didn't also turn in a mail ballot. That was basically distilled down. Would you say that's a good way to describe it?
That's a perfect way to describe what is otherwise a very complicated issue. That's exactly right. Their system was not preventing the counting of multiple ballots by the same voter, which I'll just say was probably usually not intentional, but it still occurred because people were worried that their mail ballot wasn't going to get back in time, and so they went ahead and showed up at the polling place anyways. And were not offered a provisional ballot, which would be counted later. And it was documented that there were multiple ballots counted for the same voter in previous elections.
Right.
And we essentially,
Yeah, you got that order.
Go ahead. Sorry, Linda.
Well, no, you got that order in place, and I'm proud to say that they still complain about it and say, we have to check these, we have to wait. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you do. And small errors beget bigger errors. So, and I always say election integrity, true election integrity, it's not about, putting things on Twitter or having fancy names for things. It's about this like little tedious, boring stuff. But that's what makes our election safer. And I think that if anyone really did our job, Justin, they would say, my gosh, this is boring. But you and I love it. We love the tedium. We love this specificity of it. But it's tough. It's tough work, the real election integrity stuff.
It really is. You're exactly right. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that are looking for magic bullets to increase the integrity of our process. And in reality, it's one, the battle is won on inches and yard by yard, and not through some grand conspiracy that needs to be solved through one magic bullet. It's these little granular issues that sort of chip away at the integrity of the process, and that's what we're there to do. And it's not always the easiest work, because you gotta dig, you gotta uncover these things. I mean, Linda, your work on the voter rolls. It's really in the weeds.
It's really tedious, but it is absolutely necessary. And in 2024, representing the Trump campaign in the RNC, I had to recruit 500 lawyers to spread them across our 67 counties, and thousands upon thousands of poll workers and poll watchers. And every single poll watcher or worker that you recruit, I mean, you have to call them at least 5 times to make sure they're actually going to show up. You have to train them. You have to send them materials. You have to make sure they show up. And that takes a lot of money, and it takes a lot of election integrity workers, working with me to get that done. And it's a massive operation.
It really is. And I mean, as a lawyer, I think we're less used to being sort of organizers, right? Like, we're just used to going into court. We're used to looking at a problem and trying to solve it. But your work in Pennsylvania, you had to double as essentially a political organizer.
Yeah.
And the spreadsheets and everything else, and making sure these people actually show up, which, as we know, sometimes they don't. It's tough work.
And also dealing with lawyers too. I mean, I have my own firm, so I don't have to really deal with a lot of other lawyers on a day-to-day basis, thank heavens, because recruiting the lawyers sometimes was even worse than recruiting the poll workers and poll watchers, because they would want to tell me what their skills were and what their availability was, and how they could contribute to the process. And my response would be, I need you on election day. Do you have eyeballs? Because you're going to stand there and watch ballots. Like, that's what I need you for. So I don't care about your other skills. I mean, isn't that what we do?
That's exactly right. And I think, our profession has somewhat of a reputation for egotism. And I think some lawyers that volunteer have a hard time realizing, they're not going to be going in front of the Supreme Court arguing an election issue. It's somewhat more mundane than that. Doesn't make it any less important.
No, it's really, because having a lawyer watching the counting or being there to get dispatched to a polling place, then I have someone who's trained in the law, who's trained to get evidence or data, who really knows how to spot an issue. That's why you need lawyers to do it. They just think that they're going to work in an election and it's going to be very glamorous, and it's not. It's just not. But it's so necessary, and I think we proved it in 24. Because we won Pennsylvania, and you and I worked together closely in Pennsylvania in 20 and I think 22 also. And I felt like that was, we were laying the groundwork for, it took a while to lay the groundwork for a successful operation. So I think everything we did prior to that really led up to 2024.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it got better. The efforts got better with each election, largely due to your work. Not just saying that because you're having me on your radio show, truly. And Pennsylvania, I think, was the problem child, and still is in many ways. But I think
it's terrible. we need to fix our election laws. I mean, I say that all of the time. And while I recruited all those poll watchers and poll workers, they vanish in the interim elections, and then you have to start all over again. So if I think I've told you, if I had all the money in the world, I would start Linda Pack. And what Linda Pack would do is we would recruit these poll watchers and poll workers for every single election, and we'd have parity, meaning, people from the different parties in each polling place. So you have eyes and checks and balances. That's my dream. They're going to write it on my tombstone. All she wanted was poll watchers.
That's right. It can't be a pop-up operation that just like a cicada that emerges every few years to do a certain task. It's got to be ongoing and permanent. And I do think the RNC has done a better job of making it a permanent infrastructure. It's impossible to keep it going at, to dial it up to 10 for the entire election cycle, but they certainly, I think, have made major strides in making it a full-time, permanent operation. And I think, I think that's what Republicans expect, is that is what's occurring. And I think it's the committee's done a good job of making sure that that's the case.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, I just read about this election integrity fight in Alaska, and I found it really, really interesting. I'm not even sure if you know about it, but apparently there's a incumbent Republican senator. His name is Dan Sullivan. And what the left did, there's a primary coming up, I think probably next week. And what the left did was they recruited another candidate named Sullivan to run against him, and basically to confuse voters. And it looks like the election board up there removed this new Sullivan from the ballot, saying that his intent for being on that ballot was not, true, and it was only to confuse people. And but the fake Sullivan, so to speak, he's challenging getting removed because he's saying that's not one of the things in the law that you can remove me for. You can't ask for my reasoning. So, first of all, I think this shows that the Democrats are always way ahead of us on their shenanigans and tricks and tomfoolery. I kind of liken it to the airport. Somebody, we had the shoe bomber, and then for 20 years after, we're all taking our shoes off at the airport, and the terrorists have moved on to something else. I feel like that's how Republicans are with election law. Like, we're still fighting old battles, and then the Democrats come up with new things. But what do you think about them removing this, so-called copycat who they allege was just trying to, confuse voters with the same name?
Yeah, it's a really interesting issue, and I have been following it a little bit. And my understanding is that the gentleman who is the sort of the decoy that's trying to confuse voters, his middle name is actually not the same as the sitting senator's middle name. But when he listed the name how he wanted it to appear in the ballot, it did match Senator Sullivan's name. And I think that was one of the things that the Alaska officials pointed to in rejecting his ballot access. My understanding is that he's now litigating that issue. But there's certainly a lot of smoke at a minimum that indicate that he's just a Democrat plant that's trying to throw things off. And I think it has something to do as well with Alaska's ranked choice voting system, where it could have the effect of Sullivan not winning an outright majority on the first round of ranked choice voting. Maybe more easy to get, but I think it's part of the strategy there.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of these sticky election issues. I think that if the copycat was intentionally using the wrong middle name, I think that is a reason to remove him, or at least clarify his name on the ballot. But looking into his reasoning, I think that goes, unless it's in the law, that I think being a rule of law person, I would say he might have to stay. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I probably, frankly, just need to look more at the standards for rejecting a candidate from the ballot.
Yeah.
But what we do know is the Democrats have gotten very sophisticated at playing in our primaries. I'll give you an example from here in Maryland.
Well, can we take a quick break, and can I keep you over another break, Justin? I know I'm taking a ton of your time, but I hope the audience loves that I love talking to you. So we're going to take a quick break. Linda Kearns on the Dawn Stensland Show here on 1210 WPHT, and we will be right back.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
The forecast will be unsettled for the start of the weekend. We'll have partly to mostly cloudy conditions through the afternoon. It'll be warm and humid with a high around 87. For tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers around after midnight with a low 72. And then for Saturday, mostly cloudy skies with showers at times. It'll be cooler with a high 78.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
PNC Bank prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited about serving our great region. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly planted the seeds to sprout brilliant results for equally brilliant clients. As fans themselves, they love your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams across greater Philadelphia ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And we are back. This is Linda Kearns sitting in for Dawn Stensland on 1210 WPHT here live and local from Philly. And I have Justin Reamer with me. Justin, thank you so much for sticking with me through these commercial breaks. You know, we have to pay the bills. So I hate to keep interrupting you because I'm having fun talking to you.
No, likewise. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, we only have a few more minutes. So earlier in the show, I don't know if you're listening, but I got out the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services test that they have to ask citizens. Apparently, there's all these questions, and they ask you 20 questions, and you have to get 12 right, which that's not a very high score, but that's what you have to get right to become a citizen. So I'm going to ask you one of the questions because I think it really it falls into something that's near and dear to my heart, and it'll give you a chance to talk a little bit about election law. And the question on the citizenship test, are you ready?
Okay.
Why is the Electoral College important? And before you answer, you might want to tell listeners exactly what the Electoral College is.
Sure. Well, the Electoral College essentially is the system that the framers devised to elect our president and vice president. And it essentially gives each state a certain number of electoral votes based on the numbers of members of the House of Representatives they have, plus the 2 senators. And it gives the states the ability to allocate their electors according to state law.
So why is it important?
Wow. Well, it's important for several reasons. I mean, one, it preserves the the United States, we sometimes forget, is a union of states, right? It is a union of states, and states have all the rights that the federal Constitution doesn't reserve for the federal government. And so it preserves state sovereignty to some extent. It prevents sort of factionalism as well. It has a measure of integrity to the process by sort of segregating the risk associated with conducting presidential elections. One thing that's been discussed is, if we had a national popular vote, at what point do you decide we need a national recount of that popular vote?
Because and that's why I asked this question, because every time Hillary Clinton gets on the TV or the radio, she starts talking about national popular vote, and the left is really pushing that. And I think that would be a very unfair way to elect a president.
No, I agree. And, people also act like the United States is the only country that has a similar system, and it's not. I mean, France has a similar system. It's not entirely unusual to have it set up this way. And, I mean, we are a democracy to a certain extent, but in reality, we're a constitutional republic. And I think the Electoral College reflects that.
And, the left always talks about the popular vote, like after they lose an election, and they say, well, we should go by the popular vote. And one of my responses to that is, well, if you are going to change the popular vote, which we shouldn't, because then, states that have like large rural populations and so forth, I think they would lose a lot of their say in who becomes president. But if you are going to change it, give us time, because it's going to change the way you are going to campaign. And you can't ask somebody to campaign for electoral votes and then all of a sudden at the last minute, a few days before the election, say, well, we're going to do it by the popular vote, because campaigning would be very, very, very different, as Hillary Clinton learned when she didn't go to Wisconsin, right, in 2016. And that might be one of the reasons that she lost.
That's right. I mean, the way I view these things at the end of the day is that it's just very cynical. If the Electoral College favored Democrats, there would be not a peep about how problematic it is in their eyes. And it's you can say the same thing about efforts to pack the Supreme Court. It's purely because liberals do not like the decisions coming out of the Supreme Court. That's the only reason why they want to pack the court. And it was the same way in the 1940s when FDR wanted to pack the court. And so it's just purely cynical. It's not based on, any true policy problem or, principle that they have with it. It's just, be so cynical myself about it, but that's just how I feel.
Yeah, no, I think those are great answers. And I think you really explained it to people, because we're going to probably hear a lot about that coming up. Well, Justin, so tell us again how we can find you.
Sure. So write USA.org and grantdemocracy.org. Grant Institute has a great newsletter, as you mentioned. Thanks for plugging that. I'd encourage your listeners to sign up for that, and they can get a good snapshot of all the important news around the country on voting issues. And we'd love for them to sign up, and appreciate the support and for having me on.
Thank you so much. And so this was Justin Reamer. You can follow him on X at Justin_Reamer, REMER. And next time I'm on, I'll definitely have him on again. So this is Linda Kearns for another break here on the Dawn Stensland Show at 1210 WPHT, live and local from Philadelphia.
They say everything's better in the summer. I say everything's better down the shore in the summer. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't booked your summer getaway yet, what are you waiting for? Book a July midweek stay at my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey, and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits. You can use those credits on food and beverages at Hemingway's Restaurant and Bar, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the kids on a whale watching boat cruise. And when you're planning your summer escape, don't miss July 4th weekend. Make unforgettable memories by the ocean and celebrate our nation's 250th birthday in a truly grand way. Independence Day weekend rooms are filling up fast, so reserve yours today by going to grandhotelcapemay.com. Always book direct with them for the best rates, and to get those resort credits, it's giving you money back to spend at the resort. grandhotelcapemay.com, grandhotelcapemay.com.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this June with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango.
Equipped with V8 engines.
Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deploy 1210 WPHT.
So the All-American City is all shook up this week as Tupelo's Elvis Festival honors the legacy of the city's most famous son. Ali Martin has a look at the festival and a new event that helps the Tupelo Elvis Fan Club continue promoting Elvis's cultural impact while supporting various programs throughout the year.
Cultural impact? Come on.
As Dawson Horn was entertaining the crowd inside the headquarters of the Tupelo Elvis Fan Club, the sold-out crowd was enjoying an Elvis-themed brunch.
Peanut butter banana donuts. They were delicious. We had some with peanut butter, banana, bacon, chocolate. I can guarantee you Elvis would have approved of the donuts.
It was also a chance for fans to visit with Elvis tribute artists from around the world.
I think it's really cool that all these little Elvis guys, they love doing these things for the right thing and make sure that image of Elvis is still present on the stage. Let these younger audiences have feel what they felt back then.
These Elvis tribute artists are competing in Tupelo's ultimate ETA contest. They say
If we're talking about Elvis, it must be Linda Kearns here sitting in for the Dawn Stensland show here on 1210 WPHT.
Cultural impact.
He does have a cultural
No, he
impact.
does.
Yes, he does.
In Tupelo, Mississippi?
Okay. That's where he was born.
Oh.
Have you ever been to Graceland, Dan?
You see these cornballs, though, on the screen right
They're
now?
not cornballs.
Yes, they are. Come on.
No, they're not.
No.
Elvis was the most handsome man in the world, and you're
welcoming,
just jealous.
Everyone's so warm, and they just love
see?
Elvis, and they share that love with me, and I just love that.
Oh, come on.
Dan.
What?
Elvis.
Do you find that
king.
attractive?
Yes.
That guy on screen right there?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on.
I think you should grow sideburns like that.
Oh, should I?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, can I play one more thing for you? One of the contestants.
I thought we had some callers, but yes.
Yeah, so this is a kid named Sebastian Garland. He's a 19-year-old contestant in the Tupelo, Mississippi competition.
Okay.
And he does quite the hip waving. Let me get this queued up, and here we go.
We're doing right now. Sebastian Garland, come on out on the stage.
You ready for this?
Okay, so
he's a 19-year-old. This is what you do to kids, Linda. Watch the hips. Yes. And watch the hips.
Okay.
Ready? He's going to start winding up.
Yeah, he's doing the Elvis.
Oh, here's the wind up. Oh, the hips. Oh, no.
Tell me that's not the sexiest thing you've ever seen.
Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you.
You really think that's sexy?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You can see the lines of his boxers through this
I'm giving you
outfit
an
that doesn't hit him or fit him correctly.
And I'm giving the audience an assignment that you have to watch the epic Elvis movie. I think it's available now on Amazon Prime.
This is not attractive.
Yes, it is.
Look at you can see his boxers.
Well, that guy's not Elvis. That's an Elvis impersonator.
That looks just like Elvis in his later years. Yes,
please,
it does.
Please. I thought we had callers.
We do. Mike in South Carolina. Mike, what you got? Mike, you there?
Mike in South Carolina?
No, we don't have callers then. Look at that.
Oh, did they? Well, I mean, we
Don and Franconia, you got some trivia?
Yes, I certainly do. Thank you.
Wait, are you going to ask me trivia? Because wait,
yes, I'm going to ask Linda.
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Go ahead, ask away.
I'm going to go back to a time that preceded you being on this earth, I'm sure. I'm going to go with the date of January the 28th in 1956. What was the importance of that date?
January 28th, 1956.
Yes.
The day sliced bread was invented.
No, maybe it's an Elvis thing. Maybe it's like it's the day that he recorded "That's All Right, Mama."
The first time he ever used a toilet, he died on.
It actually was the first time that Elvis Presley appeared on national television on the Dorsey Brothers show. And it just so happened I was 15 years old at the time, and I couldn't wait to call my friends to say, hey, you got to look at this guy. He's incredible. And that goes back a long time ago.
Thank you. Can you explain that to producer Dan here about why Elvis is such a phenomenon?
He's a phenomenon because I like the songs he does. I just love I love music, period, but I definitely like his music. I like music that goes back to that time period, and I play it every day. I have CDs by Elvis. I play them while I'm walking on a treadmill. I just love it, every minute of it. And I have another issue here.
Okay, is this a trivia question?
No, this has nothing to do with trivia.
Hey, Don, before you go on, I just want to say this. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Look at this Bill Cherry guy here, Linda.
Oh.
He looks exactly like... this guy actually looks like Elvis, I got to say.
All right, well, let's hear from the caller.
Yeah, you're good, Don. Don, back to you.
Okay. Incidentally, I saw an Elvis impersonator about 10 nights ago where I live, and he was outstanding.
They still do that?
And I've seen some that aren't. Yeah, he was very good. Well, anyway... Income tax return. The saga of my income tax return.
Okay.
Every year I have the exact same amount of money withheld from my pension for income tax purposes.
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago, I owed money.
Okay.
Last year, I made $10,000 more in income than I made in the preceding year. But even though I made $10,000 more, had the same amount withheld, on last year's return, I got a hefty return. I got a big refund. So thank you, Mr. Donald Trump, for your big, beautiful bill. It certainly pays off for retirees. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Well, good. You know, I'm glad that you say that because I've been seeing a lot of ads on television where they're saying that Republicans want to take away benefits from senior citizens and they want to take away their medicine and their Social Security, and that's just not true. Republican policies work for senior citizens. So I'm glad, and I hope you use that extra money that you didn't have to pay in taxes to make a pilgrimage to Graceland. Would you consider that?
I would. My wife wants to hit me over the head because we haven't gone yet.
Well, see, there you go. And now you have a little bit of extra money in your pocket, and I'm sure that's why Donald Trump pushed these types of tax cuts to give
so
Americans.
Don and Franconia can go to
absolutely give Americans more money to be able to travel to Graceland. Well, Don, thank you so much for calling in. And my dad's name was Don, so you are my favorite all-time caller.
Well, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be able to talk with you and share that story. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Don. Well, Dan, we're coming to an end here, but I wanted to tell you, did you know that last week I went to Wildwood and I debated Dom Giordano? Did you hear about this?
Yeah, and you lost.
No, I won.
I heard you lost.
No, Henry's right there. You can ask him.
Didn't Linda lose?
You can, no, Linda did not lose the debate.
Smoked Dom.
Thank you.
Did she? Yeah.
Do you know what the issue was in the debate?
What's that?
It was we debated Jaws, and I took the position that the mayor in Jaws was right not to close the beaches.
Okay.
And Henry doubted me, and he said you'll never win, and he thought I was joking when I first proposed that as a topic.
Yeah.
And then
So
Dom
you just want everyone to die.
Dom, see, and that's how Dom approached it. But my position was much more well thought out and much more from a libertarian conservative perspective. I won the debate. And who can I ask so that Henry's my producer from now on and not you, Dan? Is there a way that we can make that arrangement?
We can definitely make that happen.
All right.
I will be more than happy to.
All right, Henry, can you be my producer from now on and then I not have Dom?
Linda's proposing to you. Host to producer.
Yeah.
She's on one knee.
I accept.
I want you to be my producer instead of Dan.
Wow.
Can we
do
do
I get
that?
a pay bump for that?
I'm not in charge of that. Well, you heard me this morning. Now that Greg's a reverend, did you hear my money making proposal? More trivia questions of Dan. So study over the weekend.
No.
Thank you,
Senator, 6 years.
Thank you, Philadelphia, for listening. This is Linda Kearns on the Dawn Stensland Show.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Every 2 minutes, a woman in the U.S. is diagnosed with breast cancer. And in that moment in time, her life changes forever. We're fighting alongside patients because we know one moment can change a lifetime.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty today to illegally retaining national security information. Bolton entering his plea to a single felony count before District Judge Theodore Chewang.
As he stood before a federal judge, the former National Security Advisor admitted his guilt and said he's sorry for it. John Bolton acknowledged he illegally shared classified information in emails with his wife and daughter. Maryland U.S. Attorney Kelly Hayes says a hacker believed to be associated with Iran successfully got into Bolton's account.
He put our national security at grave risk in violation of the law.
As part of the plea deal, prosecutors have agreed not to seek more than a 5-year prison sentence. Bolton's sentencing is set for October 28th. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
The death toll in Venezuela is mounting, with now nearly 600 people confirmed dead following this week's severe earthquakes. 25,000 people are still unaccounted for.
Emergency crews
digging through mountains of concrete and twisted metal. Crowds cheering as people are freed from the rubble. 4-year-old Adrian carried to safety. Venezuelan TV showing 3 more children covered in dust pulled out alive. This woman saying she held onto a door frame during the quake and watched her friend disappear.
ABC's Victor Akendo reporting from Florida. An international aid effort is mobilizing, but the main airport in Caracas remains closed for now. New violence in the Middle East as Iran fires a drone at a cargo ship sailing through the Strait of Hormuz, hitting and damaging that ship's bridge. The ship was traveling through the southern part of the strait near the coast of Oman. President Trump maintains the strait remains open despite the violence. There are more than 36 wildfires burning in a dozen states in the West. In Arizona, a car explosion sparked a fire, forcing Highway 87 outside Phoenix to shut down for a time. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
I've been telling you all about the secret war on our cash and the free report you can receive a copy of by contacting Swiss America at 800-289-2646. I'd also like to encourage you to subscribe to their podcast on YouTube. Just search Swiss America Trading. The podcast can provide you a ton of vital information and financial news in the challenging and uncertain times we're in. Subscribe today. Learn more about BRICS, industry leaders, and their market predictions for the future, along with what you might expect to see in terms of precious metal performance in the weeks and months ahead. Message and data rates may apply.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, happy Friday. We made it. Woohoo. I'm Mary Walter, sitting in for Dom. How you doing? I'm exhausted. I'm super tired, but that's okay. It's Friday, and we're going to get through this. And when we're done here, what time is it? It's noon. When we're done here at 3, we can all then just go take a nap. I mean, if you need a nap, we can go take a nap. All right, coming up here in 10 minutes, Dan Kowalski. He's the director of the Grover M. Herman Center for the Federal Budget. So he's at the Heritage Foundation. That's a fancy way of saying he's a smart economist at the Heritage Foundation. Also, then we have Christine Flowers. Yeah, you know her, friend of the show. She's here, friend of the station. She's here all the time. Christine will be joining us to talk about Trump's immigration wins and news of the day. Have some fun stories to go through with her as well. So there's a lot going on. All right, let's do some breaking news, shall we? We need breaking news sounders, but there's some new news, breaking news. This is apparently breaking news that John Bolton is pleading guilty to one of 18 counts. 18 counts, and he gets to plead guilty to one. Can you imagine that? You get 18 traffic tickets, and then you like to say, all right, I'll cop to this one. And then the other 17 go away. Can you imagine that? That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. It'd be pretty cool. Well, Your Honor, I know that I illegally parked 124 times, but I'll plead guilty to one. That's how that's going to go. He pleaded guilty on Friday to one count of an 18-count indictment, but will not be sentenced until the fall. During the hearing in Maryland, he pleaded guilty to the 12th count, alleging he had unauthorized possession of a document related to national defense. So he gets to pick and choose which one. Where's that music that I'm hearing in the background?
It's the breaking news sounders.
Oh, that's the breaking news sounder?
Yes. At least for this show.
Right.
Oh. I'm like, what is there is there a video playing on my computer somewhere? No, you need the old teletype machine. Do.
That would have been CBS.
Yes.
R.I.P.
I didn't realize. Okay, you can get rid of that. It's just like, the heck is that? Oh, that's sad. All right, we got to work on that. All right. All right. But how cool is that? Yeah, he got to pick. He decided to plead guilty. I'm going to plead guilty to the 12th count because that one. All right, unauthorized possession of a document related to national defense. So we know it was more than that. Now, that one typically has a maximum penalty of 10 years behind bars, but both sides agreed that 5 will be the most that can be imposed. It's good to be somebody in D.C. It really, truly is. U.S. Attorney Kelly Hayes, outside of the courtroom, said that no one is above the law, and then declined to take questions because I would have a lot of them like, what the hell? You get to pick the one you want to plead guilty to and then just plead guilty to one of them? He's not going to get 5 years. He's not going to get any time whatsoever. John Bolton's not going to see the inside of a jail, period. It's not going to happen. Those things, even though he has an R after his name, or he used to, he's anti-Trump. So he is a darling. And so they're going to love him. And he's not going anywhere. He's not going behind bars, period. We all know it. So, which I have to say, can I just say, and I'm not saying this, like, I'm not name dropping, but I really like John Bolton. I have to fix my camera. Hold on. Is that better? Oh. Okay. Oh.
Hang on.
Let's see if that's better. How's that better?
Oh, it's much better. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So I'm not name dropping, but I when I was in DC, I got to, and before that, I got to know John Bolton when I was at Fox, and really nice guy, really, really nice guy. And he was funny and I really liked him, and he was sane. And then during Trump 45, when I was in Washington, DC, he lived in the neighborhood where the radio station was and where I was living. So you'd see him around. Nice guy. And my co-host hit him with his car, but it was an accident, and it really wasn't like a big hit. Well, it wasn't like a hit, you know. It was like a oops, sorry type thing. You know, it didn't really hit him, kind of like grazed him, but it was an accident. It didn't become a thing, you know. And he came in, he's like, hey, guess what I just hit with my car? I'm like, oh. He's like, John Bolton, get the hell out of here. But like I said, it didn't become a thing. I'm so sad to see these people who were sane before, you know, and now they're not. So I don't know. It's sad to see him go down this road. A prosecutor told the judge that Bolton also faces a fine of $2.25 million, half of which should be paid within 5 days, a required debrief for the U.S. Intel Committee, 3 years of supervised release, and up to 100 hours of community service. The national defense information at issue in this case was classified at the highest classification levels. It contained human intel using sensitive sources and methods, and it discussed a covert action program. Mr. Bolton admitted he shared more than 1,000 pages. One count was I shared more than 1,000 pages of information about his day-to-day activities as the National Security Advisor. It always comes back to bite them in the butt. They're always accusing Trump of stuff that they're doing. Bolton agreed that he would not get an annuity or retirement from his federal service, so there you go. He can't get his benefits. When the judge asked him if he was pleading guilty after having heard the summary of facts in the case, he said, I am, Your Honor, and I'm sorry for it. Sentencing, October 28th. That's my anniversary. The government plans to dismiss the remaining counts at the hearing. By pleading guilty, he waived his right to appeal the sentence and conviction. The judge said he will be allowed to withdraw his guilty pleas before sentencing. That window will close once the sentencing phase concludes. So you can do it up until sentencing, but then once you get your sentence, if you don't like your sentence, well, too bad. You can't change. Go, oh, wait a second, I don't want to play guilty now. Now I want to try. No, that's not how it works. He was indicted in October after his home was raided in August. He was originally charged with both transmission and retention of classified documents. According to the indictment, the documents Bolton illegally kept had intel about future attacks by an adversarial group in another country. And this was all to write a book. That's what this was about. This was about writing a book. Like, I don't know if it's like the TDS does something to your brain. Many of the documents were labeled top secret, according to prosecutors. From on or about April 9th of 2018 through at least or on about August 22nd of 2025. Bolton abused his position as national security advisor by sharing more than 1,000 pages of information about his day-to-day activities as a national security advisor. You can write a book about your time in an administration, your time working in the government, but there are guidelines and there's things that you can't do. But yet they think that the laws just don't apply to them. And I'm telling you right now, I don't want to see him go to jail. Because, like, I kind of have a soft spot for him. He's a nice guy. He was always nice to me. I kind of like him. But by the same token, if I would be in jail, you would be in jail. And we'd be going for like 10 years. We wouldn't have gotten to pick which one you want to plead guilty to. And then we'll do that one. And also, we'll plea it down. And you're not going to go to jail. Like, we wouldn't get that. Bolton shared this information with 2 family members through his personal email account, according to the prosecutors. He was keeping this home information in his home in Montgomery County, Maryland, right over the border from D.C. The email account, per court records, was hacked by someone believed to be associated with Iran after Bolton left the office. So he had this sensitive information on his computer, which was then believed to be hacked by someone from Iran. And he won't serve a day in jail. It's just ridiculous. I don't know. Anyway. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about Social Security, and I'm going to take your calls on it because we're going to talk about, do you think you're going to get any? And we'll find out. Maybe Dan will have some surprises for us. I don't know if he will or not. Also, there's let me just get to this other news. Now, this is kind of good. Trump approvals index is up. Yeah, his approval index is up. He's up to 44%, total approval 46%, total disapproval still 53%. But according to the daily tracking poll, Donald Trump's number is up to some of the highest in the last couple of months. And I don't know, is that the gas prices? Because we're very picky about our gas prices, especially people who drive those urban assault vehicles. I'm very picky about the gas prices. So maybe that's what's happening here. I don't know. All right, quick break, and then we're going to come back with Dan Kowalski to talk about Social Security and you, and whether you're going to get any, or are you part of that group that I'm pretty sure I'm part of that is going to get told, yeah, so you know that money, we spent it. Really sorry. But good luck. We'll find out. That's coming up next on 1210 WPHT.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I finished a 5K in 94th place. Right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like daily prize match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Summer's heating up, and so are the deals at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, secure 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 Ram 1500. Or drive away in a 2026 Jeep Wrangler now with 0% financing available. With over 125 new vehicles, we have the perfect car for a road trip or for cruising around. Stop by during our Make This the Summer event to get your next Jeep at 422jeep.com or visit us at 15 DNL Drive, number 100 in Limerick. With approved credit plus tax tag title and any other governmental charges, expire 6/30/2026.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back. Let's find out. It's a Friday, and we're going to do some lighter stuff, especially with Christine coming up. But, you know, we do have to talk about some of the sadder things in life. And one of them I personally happen to think is going to be for a lot of us is Social Security, which I don't know. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, yeah, not going to be there for us. But let's find out. Dan Kowalski, director of the Grover M. Herman Center for the Federal Budget at the Heritage Foundation. Sir, thank you for joining us this Friday. And please try not to depress us too much going into the weekend, okay?
Oh, I won't depress you too much. Thank you for having me, Mary. I mean, I wouldn't say that Social Security isn't going to be there for us. I'm going to say that Social Security isn't going to be able to pay you what they promised you. And that's really what's going on here. The trust fund will no longer be able to pay full benefits.
Right,
but
of course
Social Security the government works on a cash flow basis, right? It's money in, it's money out. In 2032, the cash flow coming into Social Security is projected to be only 78% of what they need in order to pay benefits. So that implies a 22% reduction. But the trust fund, word you can live by. Don't put no trust in a government trust fund, okay? The trust fund kind of doesn't really matter for Social Security. They can change the definition and shift general revenues in, like we have been doing for highway taxes for years. So the gas tax doesn't cover the highway program. So we put general revenues into the highway trust fund so you can build roads and bridges. You can do the same thing for Social Security. Long term, there's a problem. You can't continually spend, trillions more than you're taking in. But the Social Security program itself is not going away.
No, but they're going to find ways to cut it back. And this is what I've always been told. My father started telling me this when I was, first out of college. All right, you're going to have to pay into Social Security because we went through my paycheck and all the stuff they take out. And I was like, this is totally not fair. And he said, welcome to the Republican Party. And that's a hand of God true story. And he said, you're going to pay into this, but you're not going to get it. It's going to be bankrupt by the time you're old enough to get the money out of this. It's not going to be here for you, and you need to save as if it's not going to be here for you. And Our financial advisor has said the same thing all the way along. And I fear, and I think what's going to happen is that people like myself and my husband and other friends of ours who are responsible and who live below our means and put money away and put it into investments and IRAs and things like that, the government's going to look at us and go, you know what, you were super responsible in life, so you're not going to get anything. We're going to give your money to the people over there who were irresponsible. And that they're going to means test it, and we're going to get screwed. I
think you are correct on that. That I think ultimately the insolvency of the Social Security Trust Fund is going to be the first step towards making Social Security an entitlement program, a welfare program, rather than a retirement program. And that's why when you look at things like, the Warren proposal to increase remove the cap on Social Security taxes, that's perfect for the left, right?
Oh, of course. They'll take more money out of people's accounts, and then those people have to live even further below their means because they're responsible and they're working. And you're going to have people who live from the day they're born till the day they die with everything being met, all of their needs being met, everything being paid for by the poor suckers who are working. And I look at that and I'm like, that's a perfect flow through to socialism and then communism, right? Because everybody's equally poor. Everybody's equally miserable. And the people who are working super hard are going to go, screw this. I'm not working super hard anymore. I'm going to do the bare minimum I have to. And that's it, because we're disincentivizing any kind of work or achievement or anything like that. Do the right thing. Work hard. I'm doing 6 hours of radio today. TV hit. Next week I'm doing 7 hours of radio and TV hits, and I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I got 2.5 hours of sleep last night. Like, why should I do this if the government's going to look at me at the end of the day and go, you know how hard you worked and all that money we took out of your paychecks, of your hard-earned money in those nights where you got like no sleep or 2 hours of sleep, whatever. Yeah, we're going to give it to a person who's been sitting on a couch eating Doritos for the last 48 years, 50 years, and they're going to get your money. So what's the incentive then when people know that to work hard, right? Aren't you're telling people don't work hard?
No, it absolutely destroys the incentive to work. And now at least Social Security it's a reasonably fair bet. Okay, if you'll get everybody gets something back, right? You may get less back, and some people may get a little more because they earned less. But, a rich person can get Social Security, right? You get $5,000 a month or so if you paid in the maximum for your entire career. You did very well. You're a surgeon or something like that. But this coming insolvency, this trust fund event, is going to cause them to do things potentially that really turn it more into just a tax and spend program, which we have to resist, obviously.
Yeah, well, if Democrats getting, resist we much. Remember Al Sharpton, resist we much. We're going to become the party of resistance then at that point. Define rich for me, can you? No, I mean, I would say rich may be people in the top 5% of the income or something like that. But it's very hard, right? How do you do that? Right, rich varies depending on where you live. If you live in Wyoming, right, what you make or you have in Pennsylvania and what your monthly bills are in Pennsylvania, out in Wyoming, you're rich, and in Pennsylvania, you're doing okay. You're hanging in there, but you're not rich by Pennsylvania standards. But in Wyoming, you're going to live like a king, right?
There's definitely that difference, unless you're in Jackson, eh?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's that small little area that they're going to ruin too. All the Californians are going to ruin that. But right. I guess this is the problem I have with all of this. And they give a means. They say, okay, well, if you've saved, if you're worth $2 million, you're worth $5 million because you saved during your lifetime. You made some great investments. Your house, you bought a good house. You did the right thing. You're worth $5 million when you retire. Which I don't think for a lot of people is totally out of the picture. I know for a lot of people it is, but I think there are quite a few people who retire with that amount of money, and they're not you wouldn't look at them and go, "Oh, they're super wealthy."
They're not eating caviar and traveling on yachts, right?
Exactly, but they're going to get punished because they're quote unquote rich. It's like the income tax. The income tax was only for the rich, right? And within one generation,
nowadays. That's right.
Well, it's supposed to be, it's only the rich, but within one generation, we're all rich, right? The income tax, that's only going to be for the rich. That's it. We're not going to tax anybody else. It's only the wealthy that are going to get taxed. And all of a sudden, you find out, one generation later, oh my gosh, we're all wealthy because we're all paying the income tax. How did that happen? Same thing with alternative minimum tax, right? Because what we take out of your check isn't enough, so we're going to make you pay more. That number hasn't been adjusted since like 1964 when they put it in.
Oh, I think we actually fixed that in the TCJA. The AMT doesn't affect as many people as it used to.
No, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. But I guess my point is that we're getting more and more, despite us not wanting to move towards socialism/communism. We're rapidly on the way to being there. I believe the United States has the most progressive tax system in the world. And yeah, we do. And so we tax and we disincentivize wealth and doing the right thing. Ma'am Donnie in New York, look at this. You can't raise your rents for 2 years. Costs are going to go up for electricity because we're managing that poorly. Costs are going to go up for heating and cooling because we're managing that poorly. The older buildings take a lot of work, but the costs for that aren't going down. But you can't raise the rent to recoup your losses. And insurance costs are going up. So what does that do?
And your living standard is going to go down. The place you're going to live in is going to become a dump, and we're all going to be living. We're all going to become poorer by bad decisions on incentives. Absolutely.
Yeah, except for the wealthy at the top. Ma'am Donnie is very, very wealthy. This Chevalier chick, the one who says, I wipe with the American flag, that little gem. She's truly a gift. Her father, she's the one who is going, talks about landlords, etc. Her father is a landlord and rents his condo in Miami for $1,750 a month. Notice it's not New York, it's in Florida.
Right.
And
where they don't have an income tax.
Right. And she wants the government to seize all properties from landlords. So this is the game that's being played. And I know we're kind of a little away from Social Security, but I think it all plays in together when you see where things are going. That, we demonize the wealthy, and if I have more than you, I'm automatically wealthy, and therefore it should be taken away from me, right? That's where we are.
Right.
Now, right. Senator Cassidy has a plan that, and even though he has been primaried out, so he's not a huge fan of Donald Trump, he said that he wants to do whatever he can to make an impact before he leaves. So he has a proposal. And instead of, tax hikes and, raising the retirement age to 80 and all that kind of stuff, he wants to invest $1.5 trillion in money, in funds, separate from the Social Security Trust Fund, which never really was a trust fund. We trusted them. Correct. Look what happened. So, and he wants to put it in 5 years. Oh, and then over 65 to 70 years, that money would be invested in the stock market. It would grow 60 to 65% of Social Security's unfunded accrued liability. And he said while the $1.5 trillion would be borrowed, it wouldn't increase the debt because the government is holding it in an escrow account. So it stays in the government's possession. And he's modeling it on the Federal Railroad retirement system under George Bush, which is how they rescued their pension plan from insolvency. What do you think about that?
Well, I think the example of the federal retirement, the Federal Railroad retirement system is a bad example. Not many people are really involved. The railroads aren't what they used to be. Mary, how's that? Okay, there aren't a whole lot of people included in that pension plan, and ultimately. Yeah, in theory, you can make more money by investing in the stock market. But do you really want the federal government investing in the stock market for you? Do you want them to be running a leveraged buyout fund?
Hold on a second. If Nancy Pelosi's running it, hell yeah.
Yeah, okay. But she won't be investing the same way in the public account as she did for her private account, I have a feeling, right?
Well, I'm just saying,
on her public account, she's going to be saying ESG, right? We need to be concerned about governance, and we'll use our federal investment as a way to get DEI back and those kinds of things. So I don't know that it's a good idea to have the federal government much more involved in ownership of private stock. Now, what you should do is, instead of the government going out there and borrowing $1.5 trillion in order to basically get arbitrage, that's really what it is, right? You should be able to let you and I take a portion of our Social Security tax and invest it ourselves.
Thank
when
you.
When we have ownership of that stock rather than the government having ownership of that stock, that's what we should be doing.
Listen, I said all along, if they had allowed me to opt out, I would have taken the chance, because my father always told me, and he did very well for himself. I mean, we did, when I was young, rough times, but my father started his own business and he worked super hard and he came out on top, and good for him. And he put a lot of work into it. So I always used to listen to what he said. He said to me, he goes, if you take the money that they're going to take from you for Social Security and Medicare and you put it under your mattress, you're going to have more money when you retire than what you're going to have if you give it to the government. And
that is
right.
true. No,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
but really, the federal government, it's a math exercise. I would say what Senator Cassidy is proposing is a math exercise, and as a math exercise it works, but as a way of increasing private wealth, not clear that it does anything. Right?
Okay, one quick question, and then they're going to yell at me to go.
Okay.
Okay, Susie Orman put a piece where she was interviewed about this, and people are panicking over this. That it's going to go bankrupt. People are panicking, so people are taking it at 62, even though you're eligible to take. You can't really take it till 67, but you can take it early at 62. And she says because it permanently locks in lower monthly benefits, so you shouldn't do that. What say you?
Well, if you're going to take it early, what you really should do is invest a portion of it for the future. And if you can afford to do that, you'll be better off, right? If you end up spending it all, you should probably wait a little longer. But, we're all probably going to take a bit of a haircut in the future on Social Security. If you take it early to try and avoid that haircut and you don't do anything with that money, you're going to probably experience a bigger haircut. If you took that money and invested it on your own, you'll probably be better off.
Interesting, because she says that you should hold off as long as you can. She said a woman in average health who reaches the age of 65 has a life expectancy of 88. That means a 50% probability of still being alive at 88. But you're still paying bills and everything. Even if she reaches her break-even age of 79, there's a very real chance she has at least another decade or more ahead of her. And every month past that break-even point, the person who waited is collecting a meaningfully more amount. So she says whoever's making the most money, if you're married, have the higher earner wait as long as possible, hopefully until 70. The surviving spouse receives the larger of the two benefits if that person waits, one of you waits till 70.
Yeah, that's pretty standard retirement advice, right? Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious because
I don't disagree with that.
You hear people talking about it all the time. You got to get in the system now. You got to get in the system now. And I'm looking at this and I'm not there yet, but I'm just like, oh, right. What do I do?
That's why I said it the way I did. If you take it and invest it, you'll do better than the government would, right?
Right.
But if you take it and spend it, yeah, you're going to be better off by delaying because you're just delaying your gratification, right?
Right, but you also
which is
going to
something
get
your father effectively taught you, right?
Right, but of course, but you're going to be making less if you take it now. It's 30% less than if you take it at 62. Then if you take it at 67, it's 30% less, right? And that's forever. 30% less, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right.
But
And then if they
can
cut
afford to invest it, you might do better off. That's all.
Right. But if you can't, then if they, let's say they
wait.
Right.
Wait.
Right. Exactly. Because if they take 20%, now you're down 50%.
Yeah.
So
Understood. Yes.
Yeah, still the initial third. Listen, Math and I are not friends, and so feel free to Math and
okay.
we have a very, very contentious relationship. So feel free if I'm
for decades.
Feel free to correct me when I say something totally wrong. So, all right, Dan, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate the conversation because there's so many people are telling you this and that, and of course everybody on X now is a Social Security expert, and I'm not hiring any of those people, but you just see everything. So I just thought it was a conversation that we needed to have because the panic is starting and the government's actually starting to say, wow, we were wrong.
Mm-hmm. And departing senators are saying, we have to fix it before I go.
Right. Well, you know what, though? They're willing to touch the third rail because they don't care about getting reelected.
Yeah. Sure, but maybe it's too little, too late. Anyway, I appreciate your spending the extra time with me. It was a wonderful conversation.
It was great, Dan. Have a wonderful weekend, and thank you so much. All right, your call's coming up, 855-839-1210. What do you think? I mean, where are you on all of this? You're looking at this. I mean, are you like us? My husband and I were both raised by the same type of parents. Our parents were friends. And we always live below our means. That's the way our parents lived. That's the way we were taught to live. And that's just who we are. We live a lot below our means, and we sock away everything we possibly can. And we invest. We do invest. And we've done fairly well for ourselves with the investing. On paper, haven't sold anything, but on paper, we're doing great. Which that can all change. And I understand that can all change. So are you looking at this? You think you're going to get anything? I seriously fear that they're going to means test it, and people who are responsible are going to get punished, like everything else in this country, that if you're responsible, you're going to get punished. 855-839-1210 is the number. If you would like, you can tag me in a post on X. Just use Mary Walter Radio. There's no S, it's just Mary Walter Radio. You could tag me in a post on X, and I'll get to your comments coming up next on 1210 WPHT.
Jerry Seinfeld is back.
It's really fun to talk to this generation that has such a different perspective on comedy. We cannot hurt anyone's feelings. Okay, that's fine. That's a nice thought, but you are not gonna laugh for the rest of your life. Just understand you're making that deal. I hope that's what you want.
Jerry Seinfeld, live in Atlantic City, Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Saturday, December 5th. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
The forecast will be unsettled for the start of the weekend. We'll have partly to mostly cloudy conditions through the afternoon. It'll be warm and humid with a high of around 87. For tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers around after midnight with a low 72. And then for Saturday, mostly cloudy skies with showers at times. It'll be cooler with a high 78.
Hey, Dawn Stensland. This summer, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth is offering 40% off installation plus flexible financing. Family owned since 1979 with the craftsmanship to prove it. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Your dream kitchen is closer than you think. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right. So there's some weird stuff happening in news, and I'm gonna share it with you, and you make of it what you will. All right. So Kirk here just told me that he goes, yeah, I just saw this story on the Hill. Got to check it out. And he looked around, and we can't find it anywhere but the Hill, Reuters. It's almost a day old news. CNN didn't report it. MSNBC, Fox News. It's not being reported anywhere. But I'll give it to you. You decide. All right. According to Reuters, a federal judge ordered Elon Musk to testify under oath in 2 proposed class action lawsuits. They're accusing him of defrauding voters in swing states before the 2024 election because he did that $1 million a day giveaway. So yesterday, the magistrate in Austin, Texas, Austin, because it's super liberal, so they judge shop. That's what they do. The race got to start catching on to this stuff. Also recommended that Musk and his Political Action Committee, America PAC, face a claim in one of the lawsuits that they tricked voters into providing personal identifying information as part of the giveaway. Doesn't that happen with every giveaway? Like they want your cell phone and they want this. I mean, how many times have you gone online to enter, a survey or this or that to, possibly win? You could possibly win a gift card. You see that all the time. They're doing it because they want your email address, and now everybody wants your cell phone number. Everybody wants your cell phone number, which I told my husband, I swear, I'm getting a burner phone. I'm getting another phone, and that's the number I'm giving out to everybody for all this junk stuff. That happens all the time. I don't understand how that's criminal. They tricked me into giving them my personal information. Okay, well, what did they do with it? I mean, that happens constantly. You have to give away your personal information. I got my shoes are at the cobbler. And because we do have a cobbler and he's really good. And my shoes are there and I got to go pick them up today. But I had to give him my phone number. First of all, you have to pay in advance, which I find hilarious because he got my shoes, but I got to pay in advance. I guess people just don't come and pick up their shoes. And I had to give him my phone number so he can text me to let me know my shoes are done, which he has not done. but I'm going to pick them up today anyway, whether they're ready or not. So anyway, so she said a related breach of contract claim should be dismissed. His lawyers did not immediately respond for comments. Now, the respective plaintiffs are Joy Harvick and Jacqueline McGafferty. They're both from Arizona, and they said that Musk and America PAC misled voters in 7 swing states into signing his petition to support the U.S. Constitution by promising that the $1 million recipients would be chosen randomly, as in a lottery. They said voters had no real chance of winning. Well, of course, because like if a gazillion people go in, you know you're not going to win. And they're quoting a Musk lawyer. They said that the 18 winners were chosen because they might be good spokespeople for America PAC. So that's how they chose them. I don't know how this was run, but I filled out plenty of those little forms for the church raffle, and I got to give them my phone number and my name and, your name, address, the phone number, or you buy a raffle from the vets outside of the supermarket. You got to fill the thing out. Do they think they put a star next to someone's thing? Well, this person would be a really good spokesperson. Maybe they did. I don't know. Musk founded America PAC to support Trump's presidential run, right? And he announced the giveaway at a Pennsylvania town hall. He also, it is in recommending that McGafferty's fraud claim continue. The judge called it an open question whether Musk acted recklessly when he said payouts would be made randomly. The judge quoted America PAC director testifying in a February 2026 deposition that he was surprised at Musk's choice of words. It was not the way that we had with legal counsel and consultation discussed the program and how it would run. What did these 2 women lose? How are these 2 women damaged? Don't you have to show that you've been damaged? How are you damaged? You didn't win. They didn't think you were a good spokesperson. They told you to be random. You wouldn't have signed up to vote if you didn't know it was going to be random. I don't understand how they were damaged. I wish I was a lawyer because I would know the answer to these things. How are these people damaged? It's just that he's the richest man in the world, and they see a payday, and that's the great American dream. So I don't know. I don't know how they were damaged, but I guess the judge can handle that. She is far smarter than I. All right. Do I have to take a break here or to take my break?
Yeah, we need to take another.
Oh, we need to take another break. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. So we're going to take another break, and then we'll come back and we'll get to some more news. And we've got all next hour. I do have some later fun stuff that we have not gotten to all week. So it is Friday, and darn it, we're getting to it. So we'll do that coming up here. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. You're listening to 1210 WPHT.
My name's Rodney Huber. This is my wife, Cynthia. We've been with Crash Proof since 2025.
For someone that's concerned about their financial future, I would encourage them to go to a Crash Proof retirement event. It's about education and the possibilities of your future. In 2026, we earned over 17%. Crash Proof Retirement, true to its word, has not charged us a single fee.
You know where you're at, you have a good idea where you're going, and it's going to be consistent. Crash Proof Retirement has given us the opportunity to keep our money safe and enjoy what this country and our hard work has provided. A 17% return is pretty damn good.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more.
Today's gold market price is $4,047.95.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunch boxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Happy Friday. Yeah, we're almost there. It's funny because I like I said, I did an early show from 6 to 9 a.m. and I didn't get to bed till like I said, 2.5 hours sleep last night doing prep, a lot of stuff. Anyway, so did you ever have one of those days where like I was prepping for the show and I was doing like the guest sheet and that kind of thing, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, coming out at 12:15. What time is it? Because I thought it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh,
I'm like,
man.
this time must be wrong. I'm like, oh no, it's only 11:30. One of those days. Hey, look who's here from this. This is a wonderful man who participates in the podcast along with so many WPHT listeners. You guys are fantastic. Dave in South Carolina. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Mary. How you doing?
I'm doing good. This is the same Dave in South Carolina, right?
Yes, it is.
Sadly, it is, yes.
Okay. Yay. Well, I'm glad it is. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, earlier you were talking about the Social Security thing, and I've got a good story about that. Now, my mother, born in Easton, lived in Easton all her life till she got married, and then we came down here to South Carolina in the mid-'70s. I never really knew her politics until my dad died, and I don't know if they changed then or it just became evident. But I do know she's kind of misled, as I say, by her best friend that lives up in Bath, up in the Lehigh Valley, where that friend has made my mom just ultra-liberal, very Democrat, left-leaning. And this is a person, she never really worked since she got married. So she gets my dad's state of South Carolina pension, and she gets my dad's Social Security.
Yep.
And she's like another Warren Buffett. She owns 10 shares of Bank of America stock. She's such a wheeler and dealer. So I say that to say she's very stable. Right? She's very stable. Nothing varies a whole lot, right? So
yeah,
her friends on the left, like her friend up there in Bath, try to tell her, oh, Trump's going to take away your Social Security. She even had my mom convinced that Trump was going to take away the pension check that she gets from the great state of South Carolina. I mean, just crazy stuff, right? But what I like about that is that's a line in the sand that we can see true or false. So every month went by. I said, Mom, did you get your Social Security? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, So that has not happened. So I'm hoping at some point the light comes on, and she says, well, gosh, my son has told me one thing. My friend tells me something else. But everything my son tells me is true. Now, with the big, beautiful bill, what that did for her, again, very stable. She doesn't change anything.
You there?
Last year, she paid.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, we lost you for a second.
Okay, where did you leave me at?
Oh, she's very stable, and then you were gone, and then you came back. Go ahead.
Right. So she's very stable. Nothing changes a whole lot with her income. So last year, because I take her tax forms to my buddy from high school that does her taxes every year, and he always gives like a 3-year running, like last 3 years, right? So the last 2 years, she paid around $2,700 in federal income tax. Again, she changes nothing. Let's keep that in mind. This year, she paid $1,075. I could not wait. I was like, I cannot wait to get her taxes done because she's going to see it, right?
Right.
So I took her paperwork. I said nothing. I just gave it to her. And she said, is this right? I said, what do you mean? What is what right? I know what she's asking.
Right.
She goes, is this what I owe? I said, sure is. And then one thing I would say is when she was mad about what she paid in past years, I said, well, Mom, this is where you get to pay off for all the free things. You get to pay for that stuff because it's not free. But she saw the difference this year, and so I think the light's coming on a little bit because, again, she sees what I tell her as being true and what her friend up in Bath is telling her is not true. But I don't know if we'll ever get her there. But like here locally, her state senator
Dave, you know what, Dave?
voted against.
I don't mean to be rude to you. I'm so sorry, but I've got to go because we have to take a break. Okay. And it's the top of the hour, so we got to go to news. So you can either hang on and we can finish this conversation on the other side, or I could just tell you to have a wonderful weekend. Your choice.
I'll have a wonderful weekend. You do too.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate you talking. It's great to get to talk to you instead of just seeing him typing on the computer. Have a good one. All right. More coming up on the other side here on 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here as we celebrate America's 250th birthday. What a great reminder that this nation was built by hardworking people, entrepreneurs, and local family businesses that serve their communities every day. That's one of the reasons I've enjoyed working with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They're a local family-owned company helping homeowners throughout our region improve and protect their homes for years. When you work with Chapman, you're supporting a local business that stands behind its work and truly cares about its customers. To celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary, Chapman is offering $250 off new red, white, or blue entry doors through July 4th. What a fun way to add some patriotic style to your home while improving curb appeal and security. So visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
I
I'm Mike Dubusky. A judge in California has declared a mistrial in the case of Jonathan Rendernacht, the man accused of setting the devastating Palisades wildfire last year. Jurors deadlocked, with 10 saying he's not guilty, 2 opting for guilty.
Hearing that 10 of the jurors said not guilty, I think would give an air of confidence to the defense to say, if you choose to retry this case, why does it make sense? Why move forward? Because for any case, a prosecutor must show that they believe they can get a guilty verdict. With an outcome like this, I think it's a very difficult conversation for the prosecution to move forward. So I'm interested to see what happens next.
ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer, U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says he fully intends to retry the case. On Capitol Hill today, billionaire Leon Black walking out of a closed-door interview about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, with his attorney saying the interview was nothing more than a planned political stunt. Ahead of the interview, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer said Black's testimony had the potential to be the most groundbreaking.
There's a lot of concerning things in the documents. There are a lot of statements from the survivors that are very concerning as well with respect to Mr. Black.
Comer now says he's issued 2 subpoenas to Black after he apparently refused to answer questions from the Oversight Committee. According to his opening remarks obtained by ABC News, Black argued the more than $150 million he paid Epstein was for legitimate services. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton pleading guilty to illegally holding on to classified material after serving in the first Trump administration. He faces up to 5 years in prison. And no relief yet from the heat wave in Europe. In France, 55 people have now drowned while trying to cool off in the water. And in the UK, several prominent London landmarks are now closed. You're listening to ABC News.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com. Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Oh, we're that much closer to 5 o'clock, people. I'm Mary Walter. I'll be back with you. Am I back with you on? No. I'm in on, what am I in?
You're doing way too much radio to keep track of
exactly
when
right.
you're back, honestly.
Oh, 3 to 6 tomorrow. On Monday, man. Rather. 3 to 6. 3 to 6 Monday. That's it.
Wow.
I couldn't remember.
You go. Wow.
Thank you. I said to my husband, I said, I think it's early onset Alzheimer's. And he said to me, it's not early onset, honey. I was like, thank you. I love you too, honey. All right. So we were just talking to David in South Carolina, who, by the way, is part of the wonderful group from WPHT. You got Joe, and we've got Sal and Suze, of course, and Mengelmush, and Dottie, and so many more. I know I'm forgetting a lot of people, and I apologize for that. Can't name everybody, but great group that always join us on the live cast. And there will not be one this coming Tuesday because I have to take New Jersey Transit, which now provides a smell. It's not just like a sensation for like your ears and your body as you move and all the motion. It is now also smellable. So it's going to be awful, but I have to go into Manhattan and I have to take the train. And, so I will not be home in time to be able to do it. I will be commuting back on New Jersey Transit, preparing for 2 shows the next day. Anyway, so don't not there. But in the meantime, you can go to YouTube, you can go to Getter, Rumble, Apple Podcast, Spotify, Spreaker, and you can go back and watch or listen to an older episode. And this past Tuesday's guest, Doug Burns, former federal prosecutor, he did a great job. Dr. Carol, the terrorist therapist, big hit, talking about TDS and if it is a diagnosable disease, should it be a diagnosable mental illness? So talking about that, got a lot of blowback. We were on, by the way, cover on Mediaite, front page of Mediaite. Boom, made it. They were mocking me, but I don't care. There you go. We must be hitting a nerve talking about TDS being a diagnosable mental illness if you make if you're on the left's radar. So we were just talking to David from South Carolina, and he was saying, my mom has this friend, and she always listens to her one friend, and her one friend is always telling her, that this is going to happen and that's going to happen because her friend is a never Trumper, is lefty. And so my mom always listens to her, but slowly but surely, like, I think I'm making some headway with my mom. Oh, look at your taxes were less. And did Donald Trump take your Social Security yet? No. Did he come and take the? No. So the things that they say, and they try to scare old people with, hasn't happened, right? He said, so slowly but surely, I think I'm making some headway. And I thought that was interesting. And I just want to throw it out there for conversation if you want to jump in. 855-839-1210. But I'm curious if you ever made headway with someone who was, super far left, TDS sufferer, whichever, maybe just like mild or severe, or someone with COVID. Have you ever made any inroads? My COVID nemesis, nemesis? I don't know. What's more than one nemesis? I know it's a problem, but what nemesis? Nemesis?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah,
neither sounds good, honestly.
No,
but one's right. It's got to be nemesis.
Nemesis. Kirk, look that up, please. Anyway, but I have several of the COVID nemesises, and no apology whatsoever. And have they seen the light? If they've had, they're hiding it. And I think there's a lot of people who maybe have seen the light about COVID or about Trump, but they're so dug in and they're so prideful they can't admit that they were wrong, right? So I'm just curious if anybody has made progress with someone. Now, when I was living in D.C. and my neighbor Rhoda, I don't know if I told you about my neighbor Rhoda. So Rhoda now she's going to be 94 in August. I got to check, 94 or 95 in August. And so this is a while ago, and Rhoda was in her 80s and late 80s, and she was my bestie. She lived next door to me, and Rhoda was just my bestie. And Democrat, she's Jewish, so of course she's Democrat by birth, and lives right outside of Washington, D.C., got the Washington Post delivered every day, one of those, and which is fine. I loved her anyway, and we just never talked politics. But when I was on the radio down there, she would every now and then tune in, and she's like, oh, I heard you today. And I was like, oh, look at you. And she kind of softened up a little bit as far as Trump during 45 when I was down there. But she's gone right back because her son is very far left, and her granddaughter, etc. And she's surrounded by people who just echo that back to her. And when you don't consume any other media that challenges you, you fall prey to groupthink, which is why I always say, left or right, you really should consume media on the other side. And I, told you what I do. I watch them all. When I get up in the morning, I even torture myself with Morning Joe. I kind of look at it as my mother used to say, it's another star in your crown, sweetheart. And I'd be like, I don't want another star in my crown. My mother, it's another star in your crown. When I was a kid, I'm like, that's the last thing a kid wants to hear. But it's something that pretty much every Catholic kid heard when something went wrong. All right, let's go to Michael from Wilmington talking about Social Security. Michael, hey, welcome to the show on Happy Friday.
Hi, Mary. It's an honor to speak with you. Thank you so much for taking my phone call. Always wanted to have the opportunity to just chat with you just for a few moments. So thank you so much for
thank you
taking my call this afternoon. Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to add, I never relied on Social Security. I mean, I've worked my whole life like you, like everyone for the most part. And, I always remember, contributing it to it and seeing it out of my paycheck, and every year getting that statement, oh, here's what you're proposed to get if you retire. But I've never really relied on it. I mean, it's always been something my parents have said, hey, Michael, most likely, that's not going to be available for you.
Yep.
Like, that's not something you're going to be able to rely on. You're going to have to do other things. You're going to have to take on other endeavors. And like some of your guests and the guests you had on in the first hour, like, you're going to have to either invest in the stock market. You're going to have to be interested in real estate. You're going to have to start your own entrepreneur endeavor or business, because that's not going to sustain you. And they're like, that's been here for your parents, but they're like, most likely you're not going to have that. So I always question, like, well, I'm like, well, Dad, why am I always paying that? He's like, well, son, because that's the system. And then as I got older, Mary, I would hear, when I got really started to get more involved in politics and local news, that a lot of our presidents kind of plundered the Social Security. Oh, God, I can't think of the right word.
It's supposed to be the trust fund, the Social Security Trust Fund. But this is what happens when you trust government. They decided that they would put the money back. Like, we're just going to borrow it, and we're going to put the money back. And they just put a letter in there. And when you broke open the piggy bank, because you need it now, there's just this little piece of paper that says, I owe you. And that's it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a really nice thing. I mean, I think I also, as I'm getting older, I hear a lot of people my parents' age just say, hey, I'm on a fixed income, and that's all I get. And then I wonder, like, gosh, no IRA, no other investments, no real estate, no passive income. Like, that's a very tough road to pedal with just that. And I can see how it's very easy when Democrats or other politicians, go on fear and control, when they say, hey, we're gonna cut this, because they're like, oh my, I have nothing else coming in. So it's a very easy scare tactic. You see it all the time. Oh, they're going to cut this. Oh, you're not going to have anything. So
right, but let me just jump in for one hot second about some things that you said. First of all, Social Security was always meant to be a supplement. It was never meant to be your sole source of income in retirement, and that's a mistake that a lot of people make. That they think it's supposed to pay all my bills when I get older. That's number one. It was never meant for that. So people who didn't invest or do anything else, that's on them. Because you sat there and thought that you were going to get a check from the government and that was going to be everything you needed to live on. No, that's not what it was. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, when someone says, I'm on a fixed income, I want to scream. I just want to scream, because you know what? So am I. At least on Social Security, you get your COLA. They sometimes give a 2% COLA, cost of living advance, for money that we don't have, right? They get a COLA. And that's great. That's fantastic. But when my taxes go up, I don't get a raise. So how am I not on a fixed income? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think sometimes that is used as a crutch for some people. It really is.
Yes.
For sure. They're so quick to use that term. Oh, I'm on a fixed income. Hey, I get it.
Yeah, we all are. Welcome to the family.
You're not dead either. You're not dead either. So, I mean, you can definitely try to do something else besides just always going to I'm on a fixed income. I get it. Hey, Mary, one last point I just want to bring up to you. I know you've talked about this week on some of your other programs. It seems like this Iran deal, it's about to go sour pretty quick. I just want to get your quick thoughts. I mean, I know we signed this peace deal just so recently today. Iran's bombing a cargo ship. Now they violated the agreement. It just seems like this was bound to happen. Not trying to put any negative, but it just seems like this was bound to happen.
Well, yeah. Okay, so very quickly, because we got other callers who want to get in here, Michael, but thank you so much. So I'm going to let you go and just listen. But thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. You're a sweetheart. So here's the thing. I was going to talk about it, but it's really, there's nothing in the news right now about it. I just think that there are so many mixed messages. Iran's putting out statements, we control the strait, and I just think there are so many different groups right now in Iran that are claiming to be the ones who are in charge, that that's got to sort itself out. And I just also think that Donald Trump is not the guy who's going to sit there and play with these people. You got 60 days to figure it out. If you guys are not serious and you're not coming to the table in 60 days, I honestly think that Trump's going to go in. That's it. And he'll bomb Carg Island. He doesn't want to bomb Carg Island, but he will bomb Carg Island. And then, you know what? They're going to have to figure out the infrastructure again. And he will, if they force his hand. They want the body count because they know that the liberals will say, oh my gosh, Donald Trump killed 10,000 civilians with his bombs. Well, how many do you think were killed in Germany? How many do you think were killed in Japan? Right? Like, it's war. That's what this is. And I still like to call it a conflict because I don't want to see any of those things happen. But, you know, maybe that's what we have to do. Because everyone is saying, it should stop. I want this war to stop. I want this. Of course, we all do. But do you want this to stop for the next 15 years and you live peacefully and Iran's quiet while they're just putting everything back together and building a nuke and then your grandchildren die? Is that what you want? Really? Because that's what's going to happen. And to say otherwise, well, you don't know. True, but you don't know that it's not going to happen. You want to take that bet because these people are crazy. So that's my thought there. All right, let's go to John in Huntington Valley. John, you're on 1210 WPHT. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Mayor. You know, I heard what you're saying about your friend or something and you're getting your mom a little more on board with Trump. You know, just a couple things on the big beautiful deal with taxes. The additional $6,000 deduction for seniors. You know, all those additional good things, you know, they sunset after 2028, but the corporate tax cuts and all that do not. They're forever. Mm-hmm. But anything for us sunsets after 2028. And, you know, there were no taxes on Social Security until Reagan. He gave a big tax cut, and then he started taxing up to 85% of Social Security, depending on your income.
Wait, who sponsored the bill to tax Social Security?
I don't know. It's good. Maybe Biden?
Yes, sir. One Senator Joe Biden sponsored that bill to tax Social Security.
Oh, no, believe me. I am partisan, but you got to. I agree with you. By the way, I watch everything, but please, you know, I really wish. I wish on all sides. You know, all the positives that can go on with what Trump has done, but to also talk about the negative. I mean, just to show everything in its place so people are better educated.
But here's the thing. All we do is hear the negatives. Trump gets something like 95% negative coverage. CNN, Scott Jennings just called out CNN because they stopped running their gasoline ticker, their gas price ticker across the bottom of the screen. They didn't run it at all under Biden. They only ran it under Trump. And now that gas is going down, it's dropping and it's below $4. It suddenly disappeared. So Trump doesn't really need anyone to highlight the bad things because the media even makes stuff up. Like they won't cover anything good. And wait, can I just say one other thing about the the $6,000 sunsetting? I'm just going to take your word for it because I don't know that, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah,
you know what? Democrats.
I'm looking at my taxes today.
Okay, but I believe you. But here's the thing: Democrats didn't want you to get that $6,000 deduction at all. They voted against it. So when 2028, when it sunsets, if Democrats are in charge as they want to be, they can bring it back.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When we talk about subsidies and socialism, I look at corporate socialism, and you know what? The money that our government gives to big business of all the faceted industries, and Musk got to be a trillionaire because we subsidize him, our taxpayer dollars.
I don't think we should be. I don't agree in subsidizing someone's business. I just don't. I know why some people do it, like for space exploration, because that could help the country, and if someone needs to, I understand where in some instances it may be necessary, but in general, I don't like the government picking winners and losers on either side, and both sides do it, and I don't like it. So,
well,
I agree with you.
Socialistic is our government taking a piece of businesses when we help them out. And also, I'd love to know how Trump's kids with their drone company, how well they're making out selling it to the Gulf states. He's making money on the whole thing. He really is. But Mary,
wait, hold on. That's fine. Here's the thing. We can complain about that. Absolutely can complain about that. I still don't know what Hunter Biden did in order to get paid for what he got. The millions and millions of dollars he got paid, I have no idea what he brought to the table.
$3 million compared to the $2 billion, Mayor.
Don't care. Let's not compare. Just tell me what he provided. Just tell me the service Hunter Biden provided.
Entertainment. For all of it. Let me just say one more thing before I go. I really like you a lot and your ilk, but I'll be honest with you. At some point, the Heritage Foundation will end. Trump will end. And I just have I have just 2 words for you. Please be careful. Nuremberg trials, my friend. Nuremberg
100%.
trials.
Democrats are vindictive. They're vicious. They are out for blood. They are dangerous. They are. They're very unhinged. I think in that respect, they are very mentally ill, and they will tear it all down just to gain power. And they accuse Trump and the right of doing absolutely everything that they're going to do. And when they tell you who they are, you need to believe them. 100%. I'm so glad that you said that, because that's 100% true. John, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. Yeah. When the Democrats tell you all the things that they're going to do and they want to tear it down, they're going to do it. And believe them. I'm telling you right now, if Donald Trump, just like they said, if Republicans lose the midterms, Democrats are going to come in, and all the things that they said Trump was going to do, you watch them do. You watch. The lawfare, they've already said, we're going to take down anyone who ever worked with the Trump administration. We're going to use lawfare. They even said it. But they complain that Trump's targeting us through the law. Gavin Newsom, it's lawfare. This is illegal. He's targeting his political enemies. Newsom's complaining about that. And then on the other hand, you got Hakeem Jeffries saying, we're going to destroy you with the law. We're going to go after Trump. We're going to go after every member of his family. We're going to take them down, and we're going to ruin their lives, and we're going to put them all in jail. And then they've got Gavin Newsom complaining about lawfare. So believe them when they tell you who they are. And that's a problem on the right. A lot of people on the right just expect the good in people. Go, oh, they're never going to do that. Yeah, they will. As soon as they get in, if they take over in the midterms, they are going to impeach Trump. It's going to be nothing but impeach, impeach, impeach. It's going to be war crimes that they're going to bring him up on. They are going to destroy lives just like they destroyed Michael Flynn, Michael Caputo, who was involved in that whole thing, like they did with Roger Stone, like they did with so many others illegally, and none of them go to jail. But every single person on the right, they'll change the laws. They will do everything they have to do illegally. They'll do what they have to do, the law be damned, to ruin anyone they possibly can who dares disagree with them, because they're authoritarians and they're fascists. They are actually the definition of fascism. So believe when they call you fascist, when they call you Nazi, it's because who they are. I firmly believe it. I see it. Look, they're running a guy with a Nazi tattoo. What more do we need? So I'm really glad he said that, because he's absolutely right. All right, got to take a break. I'm running over here. Am I running? I ran way over, right? I went way past. I did. I went way past. I'm so sorry. We were on a roll though, and that was a really good call.
Oh,
so,
yeah, no, gotta keep it going.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get some grace here. Yeah. So all right, quick break, and then we'll come back a little bit, and then we're gonna take another quick break, and then we'll come back, and then we have oh my gosh, it's almost 2:00. Christine Flowers is coming up on the other side. Maybe we can have some fun conversation with her. All right. More coming up on 1210 WPHT.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858.
Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh.
No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Ah, touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We're back on this Friday. This show is flying. You guys are the best.
Thank you.
855-839-1210 is my number. By the way, I'm Mary Walter, and next week on Monday I'm in noon to 3. I gotta check. I'll check during the break.
One of these times.
One of these times. I'll check, but it's like all week. And anyway, all over. But I'll be back, whether you like it or not. So let's go to Dan from Havertown. Dan, happy Friday. Welcome. How are you?
Well, I'm okay. I only had a few things to say. The main problem with the Social Security is that fewer people are contributing to it, and they have to raise the age up to get Social Security because the older people vote, and I'm 87, and all the people in this place here, they all vote, and all they have to do is somebody mention Social Security, and their ears perk up because they will not vote for anybody that wants to take it away.
Well, I don't think anyone wants to take it away. I think they want to save it in some way, shape, or form. However, listen, Senator Biden was the one who decided to tax the Social Security, and people kept voting for him. So it didn't hurt him at all. So, they say, older
people were working. Those people were working.
But I thought older people, but you said older people vote, and they didn't vote.
Well, the biggest problem now is if they take that 20% away from people that are just making it on Social Security, and that's not going to stand.
Well, they're not going to take it away from anyone who's already collecting. But remember, it's a supplemental income. It's not meant to live on. And too many people, even to this day, think that I'm just going to live on Social Security. You're not. It was never meant to live on. It was to supplement your retirement funds when you got older. And that's a problem.
That's what most people. My problem was that I worked so many hours overtime for 43 years that I had 70, 80-hour weeks many years. And I get more now, you know, I never spend what they give me now because I'm just about the maximum. And most of my friends, they aren't.
Right,
So,
because you were responsible and they weren't, right?
well, I worked the overtime, you know.
Right,
Well, I
right.
didn't
You
have
were
a choice.
responsible.
Yeah, but I didn't have a choice because I was in the printing industry, and none of the younger people wanted to come in and work and get their hands dirty.
Right. Right, but
So-
you know what? You made the money, and hopefully you invested well. Hopefully you didn't just put it in a sock in a drawer, although you would have had more money if you'd done that. Well, not you, but the people after you, the ones who, the generation that's like Gen X. As Gen X is coming up, they're the ones who are going to get screwed over. They're the ones who, if they had just kept the money and put it, you know, under their mattress, they would have more money than they're going to get back from Social Security. Up until now, everybody, most people are getting back more than they put in, and that's untenable. That's not a sustainable model, obviously. So the people coming up, Gen X, that's going to be the leading generation that's going to get screwed. That's a generation that's going to be told, you supported the generation ahead of you, but we don't have any money for you now. And that's what's going to happen. So you're fine. You're going to keep getting yours, and you'll keep getting your COLAs, and you'll keep getting your increases. It's people like me and people in my generation who aren't going to get anything. Or if we do get anything, it's going to be means tested. And if you worked really hard or invested well, you're not going to get anything, or you're going to get very little. So
what
you
they
don't have
talk
anything to worry
now,
about.
What they talk about now is cutting back on what people will get in their checks. But they can get rid of all of that just by raising the age up and raising the tax rate up a little.
Well, the retirement age for me is 67. You want me to work till I'm 70?
Well, I did because I was still working.
Yeah, but who's going to, I got news for you. In a printing industry, there's a lot of industries where even if you're in your 50s, you can't find a job. You know, you've got young people saying boomers need to quit because there's no jobs for us. They're staying in these jobs, and they're staying longer in the jobs. So when you're 67, 50, 60 years old, if you're an automotive mechanic in your 60s, you can't work till you're in your 70s. That's a very physical job.
I stayed in printing, and a few years ago, at 85, I had to leave the company because their insurance company didn't cover anybody over 85.
Well, I think, God bless you, Dan. I think you are the exception to the rule, and you could serve as a wonderful model for some younger people who need a little bit more of a work ethic. Thank you so much for sharing your story, and you have a wonderful, blessed weekend, my friend. Thank you so much for joining me.
And you too. And you too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. There's no easy answer. And he said, well, the older people vote. You know what? The older people didn't vote in New York. Those socialists were put in New York because all the young people voted. And I got news for you, that those young people are fired up. They want change, and they're fired up. And you may not see young people sit at home and not vote, especially when it comes to something like Social Security. You may not see that. They may be like, screw these people, because they already have that attitude. They're like, oh, you're old, get out of the job. They have no problem. There's a lot of animosity, and I blame Obama for this. And I know I'm off on a tangent, but I'm going. I blame Obama because he was the one who stoked the division. And he's a school of the whole Cloward. He's a student of the Columbia, and Cloward and Piven were Columbia professors. And you collapse the economy by making everybody dependent on the government was their thing. But what the key element of it is you stoke division. So black against white, rich against poor, men against women, LGBTQIA plus, furries, whatever. You get everybody fighting amongst themselves. No one pays attention to what the government's doing. And that's what happened. And I think Obama was the one who really divided us. He's the one who tipped that domino. We were getting along fine, but when Obama came in, suddenly everything was racist. And I'm like, didn't a whole bunch of white people vote for him to put him in office? None of that mattered. Now everything is race, right? It's all racist. And people are flat out racist to white people, calling them names, racist names, etc. Totally fine. Totally fine. Totally cool. If you're beating up a white person or an Asian person, we're down with it. We're just going to look the other way. No big deal. So that's where I think if you're betting on the elderly to keep voting for things the way they are for the status quo, I may not see it. And honestly, I got news for you. When I get there, if I find out that they're screwing me over, I may just vote to screw everybody over at that point. You know what? Boom, I can play this game too. Right? Like, I that's what they're driving us towards, in my humble opinion. All right. So, Henry, you went to the FIFA Fest, right?
Correct. Yeah, I was at the FIFA Fan Fest last night.
FIFA Fan Fest, and you know what he said to me? He goes, "It was like a festival."
Yeah,
I'm
that
like,
was bad. Poor choice
I'm
of
like,
words.
That's because it's called a fest, which is short for a festival, and I was like, "Wow, that's amazing." So tell us about it. I want to hear about it.
Yeah, so it's up on Lemon Hill, which for listeners of the Dom Giordano show, we've been wondering, where is Lemon Hill?
Yes.
You know, what is Lemon Hill? No one ever says, like, oh, I'm up on Lemon Hill or anything. I don't think
it's
anyone's
next
ever
to
said
Strawberry Fields.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. So, no, Lemon Hill is a hill up behind the Art Museum in that area.
Okay.
And up there, they do have a big fan fest, and it's like walking into, like, a giant, like, music festival almost, but just for soccer. Like, there were just all these things. You go through the gate, you know, immediately there's games and giveaways, you know, on your right. You go up the hill, you can grab some beverages, whether that's water, soda, beer, whatever, what have you. And there's just a lot of things to do. And then the centerpiece of the whole thing is that there's this big stage for performances, DJs, whoever might be there. I heard the All-American Rejects are going to be there on Monday the 13th of July, which would be awesome. And then on top of the stage is this ginormous, you know, flat screen Jumbotron. So you can watch some of the games on, and that's what was happening last night. Is the U.S. played at 10 last night versus Turkey, not Turkey,
yes.
Turkey.
Yeah, when did they change the spelling
that
of
was
Turkey?
Like within the last few years, they were just like, we're sick of being the world's punching bag when it comes to country names.
But that's how they spell it. Like, you know, in other parts of the world, they call the United States the Estados Unidos. We don't demand that they spell it United States.
Right, yeah.
Right? So,
yeah,
whatever.
It is a weird one to me why they just are like, no, we're Turkey now. We're no longer the bird. But it was
there's
cool.
so many birds, so there's so many turkeys in Turkey. I don't even think they're there.
Probably not. Yeah. But
so here's my question for you. I have a question when I hear about this. 10 o'clock at night, you're there watching the game, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were you worried because like you get these groups of people together, like, I don't know, on a cruise ship or waiting in line to get on an airplane flight somewhere, and all of a sudden fists start flying, people are fighting because somebody disagrees, and then it like two people disagree and it just becomes this huge thing. Weren't you afraid of that? Like, I would be really afraid for my safety at night.
You know, the one thing I've noticed about like living in the city during this World Cup and all the different like people and like backgrounds that have come here, it's like everyone just wants to get along and live in harmony. It is there's something in the air where it's just like no one's fighting, no one's getting upset with each other, like no one's pushing, no one's shoving, there's no disagreements. And then on top of that, if there is, I felt pretty safe because there's a pretty, you know, good police presence there. You know, you'd see an armored officer walking through, just, you know, checking things out, making sure everything's okay. So yeah,
okay.
that thought, it did come to my mind a little bit. I was like, this is a big open area, but like I felt right at home. I didn't feel any danger.
Good. So you watch the game.
Yeah.
And
Lost some
what
money
if
on
you don't
it,
really like soccer and you really don't care about the game? But it was America playing. I get it. Like, so I could sit through a soccer game if America's playing. That's fine. But it's a low scoring game, which is kind of boring. What was there to do besides that?
So yeah, I grabbed a couple beverages with my friends. I mean, it's like I don't want to say like a drive-in theater, but that's kind of what it is, where you have just all these people standing around, you know, looking at the screen, and you're just hanging around, you know, talking with the people around you, having a beverage. You know, at halftime, we went to the pro shop. I bought myself a T-shirt, and we just looked around.
How much was a T-shirt? Wait, how much was a T-shirt?
It was $55.
Wow! Wow!
And what kind of T-shirt was it? Does it make coffee for you in the morning?
Wow! Holy crap!
No, it was just a FIFA World Cup T-shirt, but it was something like, you know, once I put my eyes on, like I'd wear that until it's, you know, in tatters. It's just something I could see myself wearing, and I don't see that in a lot of clothes that I, go out and look for. So I had to get it. I got a nice 10% discount because I was using a Visa card, so that's nice. But
still,
yeah,
wow, 10% discount.
Not what you want
That
to pay
just
for
goes
a
to
shirt.
show you how marked up it is.
Oh yeah, like my
Right.
friend bought a jersey for like 120, and
Oh,
he was like,
my-
it doesn't even fit me, and I'm like, well, that's
Yikes.
your problem. At least got something that fit me.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. So does this happen? How long does this go on for?
So it's going to be up until the World Cup's over in the middle of July, I believe. And that the All American Rejects will come in that Monday and kind of be like the like goodbye concert, the last hurrah, if you will, of the whole fan fest.
Okay, because teams are going home. I saw that the Scots,
Right.
so we all saw the Scots, right, at the Tartan Army. And then the Danes had like the big orange bus that they put on a plane. How much money do these people have?
I've been thinking that because the
Right.
ticket prices too are outrageous.
And they've got they got signs when they were leaving. I think Miami, like it was some sign written in Gaelic or whatever, Scottish or whatever the heck they speak. Like there was this sign like across the roadway, and they brought instruments, and they brought an inordinate number of orange traffic cones, or they bought them here, and they've got. Did they come over on a cargo ship? Because there's just so much stuff. And I'm like, how much money do these people have? They're driving around, they're renting cars and taking a couple of weeks, and like, we're going to go drive to Oklahoma, and off they go.
Yeah. That's wild. I mean, there are people down here from like Boston. It's like, why in Boston? It's like, oh, we stopped here before we're going to, hit the next city they're in, or and say if they make it to the, the knockout stage, we'll go there. And it's like, how are you doing this? What do you do that you can just step away and just be like, oh, I'm going to gallivant across the United States for a few weeks?
Yeah, right. Who's got that kind of job? And it's so funny because I love seeing them here experiencing all the American stuff. I think we all love that because it's someone who's not, we have to listen to half the country tell us how horrible we are on a daily basis and how awful America is and on a daily basis because they're just miserable. Seeing joyous people just makes you feel good. Right? These people are full of joy and they're just so happy to be here. And to me, I love it. It's exactly what we needed to drown out all the miserable sots on the other side.
Amen.
Right? But at the same time, you think about it and you're like, oh my gosh, Americans just work so stinking hard and don't get the vacation time these people get. And that's what I see with all of this, that we could never do this. Just couldn't do it if this was being held in in Europe in 3 different countries or whatever. Americans just can't take off a month to go trot around Europe and have fun and dance in the street and put traffic cones on statues' heads. Like we don't have that freedom.
It's weird like that because you feel like you'd be able to at some point, right? Like, are you really that important to your job? You can't step away. You can't get away from it all for a few weeks. It does seem kind of outrageous when you think about it.
Well, to be fair, Zioli could do it. He's never working, so.
Right, yeah.
I love you, Rich. All right, so speaking about soccer, I have to just share this. So today in Seattle is the infamous Pride match because it's the end of a Pride Month. Which I didn't even know we were still doing this Pride Month thing. I'm like, we're still doing this? Anyway, because they're big on Pride out in Seattle, they have been planning for this since they found out that they were getting some of the games, right? So it turns out that the Pride match day, which is today, it just so happens that the 2 teams that are going to be playing today just worked out that it's Iran, and Egypt. 2 very gay-friendly countries, which is hilarious, right? The irony just drips, and it's going to be super fun to see if Seattle chooses Muslims or the LGBT, the alphabet community, when it comes to who they're going to make happy, which always happens. They always have this clash because they've got the victimhood pyramid, right? And I think the Muslims go on the top, and I think the alphabet people kind of get kicked down towards the bottom a little bit on this one. What do you think?
I don't know. In the Pacific Northwest,
Seattle?
I might lean the other way. I might disagree with you here.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think so. So the committee's website, this for Seattle FWC 26, has a page dedicated to the Pride Match Day. They held a Pride Match Day press briefing yesterday, and the Soccer Association, FIFA, told the Athletic, which is a publication or webpage, on Wednesday that they're permitting rainbow flags at all of its World Cup matches this summer. However, the Iran national team is having none of it. They said, our position is that no ceremonies or promotional activities associated with this movement should be present inside the stadium or as part of the match environment. This position has been communicated to FIFA through the appropriate channels. And they said both countries share this viewpoint because neither one of those countries are where you want to go live if you're gay, right? And in Iran, you probably wouldn't make it far anyway. So what they're saying is apparently that rainbow flags and other flags representing sexual orientation and gender identity, because apparently there are several of them, like there's like a whole coalition of flags to fly to let everyone know your sexual preferences, which in and of itself is a weird concept in my humble opinion. They are all permitted under the FIFA Stadium Code of Conduct. The local host committees do not have the power, though, to impose initiatives inside tournament venues because World Cup programming is led by FIFA. So the Seattle host committee has to be outside the stadium perimeter, which is not under FIFA's jurisdiction. But inside the stadium, because FIFA allows flags of all genders and every sexual weird proclivity you got going on, you can fly your freak flag proudly. It's going to be so interesting to see what happens inside the stadium because you know that people are going to be flying that pride flag just to shove it in their faces. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, and I am so here for it. I just think that's, well, in a post on the Egyptian Football Association's X account, statement on its website, it said it would refuse the holding of any activities related to supporting homosexuality during the game. So if they start flying those flags, you got some guys showing up in booty shorts and, or leather chaps or whatever in the stands. It's going to be interesting to see if they just don't play the game. I kind of love this. I kind of love watching the left's favored groups like clash up against each other and then sit back and see who wins in the end. I just don't think it's going to, part of me doesn't think it's going to be the case because, I think the football players could kind of take them on. The soccer players, probably hardier than the guy in leather chaps or the guy in the furry costume in the stands. But that's just me. So, all right, we got more coming up. If you want to jump in here, you're always welcome. 855-839-1210. And I'll even go check on X and see if anybody has tagged me in a post over there. You are welcome to do so to make your comments. And if suitable for air, I will share them. I'm Mary Walter, and you're listening to 1210 WPHT.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. Before your next adventure, make sure your vehicle is ready with United Tire's 4th of July sale. Through July 3rd, receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer and a great way to help keep your family safe on the road. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome back. So we've got Christine Flowers coming up after the top of the hour. We'll talk to her about some of the immigration wins for the president. She is an immigration attorney, so that's right up her alley. And I have some other things that I want to talk to her about a little bit more fun. But so I would just want to go to Stephen Miller, who cracks me up. Stephen Miller just is he's like so many people in the Trump administration this time around who don't care. They don't care if you don't like what they have to say. They don't care. They're going to say it, and they're just going to put it out there, and they are not going to wrap it in cotton for you. It's just coming. So here he was outside, and he was being asked by reporters yesterday after the rulings came down from the Supreme Court. And so he was asked about especially the temporary protected status, because I think it's Haitians and Syrians. And now Haitians have been here since 2010. The Syrians have been here, I think, since 2012. And the Haitians had a earthquake or hurricane in 2010. Remember the Clinton Foundation was going to take care of all that? Remember that? Yeah. So 2010, and they're still here. It's 2026. I'm pretty sure if they should have gotten it together between then and now, because it is temporary protected status. So Stephen Miller asked about the TPS deportations. Cut one. Let's start with cut one.
Do you expect the administration to deport anyone who loses TPS status as a result of this ruling?
Well, of course, if you no longer have status in this country, then you're supposed to be deported. And in particular, in the case of the Haitians, the Biden administration flew over vast numbers. It's hard to know the exact number, but there are probably more than 1 million illegal immigrants from Haiti. That's not counting the border crossings into the United States. So these are people who've only been here for a few months, who are receiving welfare, whose all their ties, all their social connections, all their family is back in their home country of Haiti. And of course, that's where they should go. Yes,
yeah, so there's two groups, because he's right. Springfield, Ohio. Remember Springfield, Ohio? I think Springfield, Ohio. Who got like more Haitians dropped in their city than there were Americans, than there were residents, and it totally changed everything overnight. And they ran out of money for the schools and money for all these social programs, and they were having a big problem with it. And that's where they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, that whole thing. Came from, because that was Biden who just was importing the third world to this country, because Haiti, and best post I've seen on X all day is, and I want to give this person credit. Where did it go? Did I lose it? I think, oh no, Eve Canadian. This is it. Trump, quote, Haiti is a blank hole country. Democrats, that's racist. Trump, we're sending the Haitis back to Haiti. Democrats, no, you can't. Haiti is a blank hole country. Yeah, remember? They're like, no, it's great. How dare Donald Trump say that about Haiti? But then Biden flew a whole bunch of them in here. And those especially have only been here for a couple of months, so it's easy. And the other ones who have been here since 2010, they have been collecting food stamps and welfare and free health care and everything else, and it's temporary. And the left is losing their minds over the term temporary actually meaning temporary. Cut two. This is also Stephen Miller with another reporter coming back talking about how dare you send these people back to their home country. Here we go.
The administration consider Haiti a safe country.
For Haitians, absolutely.
For Haitians?
Yes.
Despite the do not travel warnings?
Yeah, so yes, Haitians live in Haiti. It's not our position that Haitians should leave Haiti. I mean, it'd be crazy for us to say that Haitians couldn't live in Haiti. It's their country. Of course Haitians should live in Haiti. There's no viable asylum, or to use a technical term here, CAT claim, or withholding claim, for any Haitian seeking relief from going back to Haiti, to their homeland. The fact that there might be pockets of Haiti where there's higher crime rates, guess what? There's pockets of Chicago with crime rates just as high, right? There's pockets of cities like St. Louis with crime just as high. Pockets of Los Angeles, crime just as high. It has never been the case that having communities that have high crime rates is a basis for asylum. Never has been, never will be.
There you go. I just love when he said that. Do you think Haiti is a safe country? For Haitians? Absolutely. Haitians live in Haiti. He just cracks me up sometimes. He just says it flat out there, and he just doesn't even try to couch it, which is why I just think it's just so funny. All right, we're gonna go. We've got Christine coming up at the top of the hour on the other side, joining us here on the Dom Giordano Show on 1210 WPHT.
Feel the power of the Acura Integra. You control how you move with its integrated dynamic system. Take the wheel of the ADX with available premium Bang & Olufsen sound. Experience the power of the MDX together with space for 7 passengers. But why keep talking? Experience performance that speaks for itself. Acura.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hurry into the Acura Summer of Performance event happening now.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been crash proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment to see if you qualify for asset-based long-term care. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. More than a year after those devastating wildfires in California, the case against the man accused of sparking the Palisades blaze has ended in a mistrial, with a jury deadlocked over the federal arson charges filed against 29-year-old Jonathan Rindernex.
His defense team was really saying, hey, look, there is no evidence that his client actually did this, and then that fire led in from the Lockman fire to the Palisades fire, that connection should then go back to his client, and that he's responsible for what ultimately happened.
ABC's Alex Stone in Los Angeles. Prosecutors say they'll request a retrial after private equity billionaire Leon Black walked out of a closed-door interview on Capitol Hill today, apparently refusing to answer lawmakers' questions about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer now says,
I have just issued 2 subpoenas to Mr. Black, one for all the NDAs that he is party to, and second for a deposition.
Black's lawyer called today's interview a political stunt. President Trump is now accusing Iran of violating the ceasefire agreement after Iran attacked an oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. More from ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
We heard Secretary of State Marco Rubio say this week that if Iran threatens commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, that would be a violation of the agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Rubio had said this week, quote, we're going to have a problem with it. But the president last night was expressing optimism about the state of negotiations. He said Iran wants to make a deal very badly, and he said we probably will, and again insisted that the strait was open.
Meanwhile, a source tells ABC News representatives from Israel and Lebanon are expected to sign a framework peace agreement tonight. You're listening to ABC News.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code SNAP5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code SNAP5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code SNAP5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The June heat is here and Philadelphia humidity is officially on the rise. Don't wait for the AC to start working overtime to realize the windows are failing. Call Window Nation now. During the June sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Upgrade the entire house and get half of those windows absolutely free. Plus, get started with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. The experts at Window Nation provide a weather-tight seal in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big on those utility bills. Schedule your fast, free consultation today at windownation.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Welcome back. Happy Friday to you. I'm Mary Walter. You're listening to the Dom Giordano Show here on 1210 WPHT. And joining us now, a friend of the show, a friend of the station, you hear all the time, Christine Flowers. She's an attorney, a columnist, and a commentator. She does it all. And she's always riding the train, always on the train. You can find her on Except Flower Lady 61. Christine, my friend, how are you?
I'm great, honey bunny. Yeah, I'm going to make that my new motto. She rides the train. It's like,
I have to go in.
I'm always moving from place to place.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it because I used to ride New Jersey Transit all the time into Manhattan, and it was fine. And I had to ride it probably, gosh, I don't know. It was, I don't know what it was recently. Anyway, a couple months ago, I had to get on, and they've added a smell now to it. So It's a full sense experience. It's all your senses are tickled, and because it's not a pleasant smell, it's an odd smell, and I'm not quite sure. It's, you know what it is? It's a disinfectant smell. It's a very strong disinfectant that they use, I guess, because I get on in the beginning of the first stop, when it comes out of the yard. So, and I was like, what is that smell? And it's like some weird cheap, it's cheap disinfectant that never really cleans anything. It just attempts to mask the weird mass transit odor.
Well, and I get that, and I understand, because there's some very bizarre disinfectant smells, but I would, and I haven't smelled the one that you're talking about, but I think I would prefer that to most of the perfumes that emanate from the bowels of the Philadelphia underground system, SEPTA. The other day, though, I actually did a little video of it, and while I was walking, I was taken by awe by it. I was in the shock of it. I went downstairs, and I'm like, oh my God, it was clean. It smelled really nice. It smelled like Mr. Clean or Spick and Span or whatever it was. Am I allowed to say Spick and Span?
Does it still? They sell it in the dollar store now.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, they have this other one. It's blue. It's Spanish. I don't remember what it is, but it's very cheap, and I get that. But no, it smelled really nice, and I realized the reason was because there are foreigners in our city, just as there are foreigners in New Jersey and New York right now for the World Cup. They wanted to put on a good face, and I have a feeling that the minute those people leave, it's going to revert back to the smells of the bowels of the earth. Lose hope, all ye who enter here.
Yeah, I've smelled that smell in the bowels of Philadelphia. So I've been there, done that. That's a very scary place, by the way. But anyway, I have to do it next Tuesday. I have to ride the rails in because I can't take the ferry to where I have to go. So, yeah, it's going to be, I know. So, all right. So let's talk a little bit. We were playing Stephen Miller talking about the temporary protected status of Haitians and Syrians. No one's talking about the poor Syrians. They're only talking about the Haitians. And he was asked, does the administration consider Haiti a safe country? He said, for Haitians, absolutely. Haitians live in Haiti. It'd be crazy for us to say that Haitians can't live in Haiti. It's their country. And he was talking not only about the people who came here in 2010 under temporary protected status and are still here, but the ones that Joe Biden brought in because for amnesty or seeking sanctuary or whatever, and just flew into the country. And he's like, yeah, it's all temporary. It's time for everybody to go. So I know you are an immigration lawyer, and I know you're a little bit softer on this than I. What are your feelings on temporary protected status actually being temporary?
Okay, well, I'm not just soft on this. I cannot stand Stephen Miller, so let's get that.
I find him to be hilarious. Come on, you don't find the hilariousness in him?
No, not at all. The only hilarious part about him is his face. He looks like Squidward. He is the human embodiment of Squidward. But in any event, moving beyond that, I agree on one point, that temporary protected status is temporary. It is built into the statute. It is not supposed to be a permanent status where someone comes here and then 30 years later they're still here under TPS and they think, why are you kicking me out? There have been legitimate situations where TPS has been terminated. For example, for Liberians, they came over in the early 90s because of a gruesome civil war that was going on, and it lasted for for a fairly long time. But ultimately, Liberian TPS was terminated justifiably. Then you have Hondurans who came over, and I think some Salvadorans as well, excuse me, who came over after Hurricane Mitch. And that was, I mean, it literally devastated large swaths of Central America. That was in, I believe, the mid-'90s, and they got TPS, and it took a long time for the countries to sort of get back to a situation where they believed that people could live there, and then that TPS was terminated. But there is still a certain, it's very complicated, and I'm not going to be able to get into all the details right now, but it really depends on when the TPS was announced, if you were physically present on a certain date, because you're not eligible for TPS unless you are physically present at the time that it is designated by, excuse me, by the Department of Justice, by the White House, by the executive, let's say. Now, so I have no problem whatsoever with ending TPS on a legitimate basis. What makes me, I do find Stephen Miller hilarious in his comment that Haiti is safe. Haiti is safe for Haitians. I don't know how many Haitians Stephen has spoken to recently. I have a bunch that I know, including people who are green card holders and some citizens, and they have family members who were murdered, macheted to death, their heads chopped off. They are still reeling from an earthquake, I think 8 years ago. There have been floods. So, I mean, if you're going to pick one country to say, let's end TPS because the conditions have gotten back to normal, Haiti ain't the one you're going to go for. I understand the principle that people will say, well, we can't keep people here forever. And that's true. But Haitians haven't been here forever. I agree with you about Joe Biden. The humanitarian parole programs that were put in place are a complete mess. But for him to sit there and say that Haiti's conditions are conducive to life for Haitians, I mean, you're right. He's hilarious. That's great stand-up comedy.
He did make the point. Someone said, something to kind of like what you're saying. Well, it's there's still crime there, and there's this and that. He goes, go to Chicago. There's pockets of Chicago where you're not safe at all. There's pockets.
You're not going to get your head cut off with a machete in Chicago.
Okay, so you're going to be shot to death instead. So, there's places in every country, including this one. Where do the people, the mothers, and in Chicago who don't want their kids murdered walking to the bus stop, where do they go for sanctuary or some kind of safe haven?
The problem is this, Mayor. You're mixing apples, not you, but people are mixing apples and oranges. TPS is a legitimate form of humanitarian relief. If we don't want to have TPS, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Take it off the books. But don't play games like Stephen is playing and saying things are better in that country over there, so we're going to end it now. No. End the whole process, because they're making a mockery of it if they say that Haiti is okay. And yeah, you could be shot walking out on the street in South Philadelphia, where I'm looking out on Broad Street right now. Yeah. But I'm a U.S. citizen. We're talking about two different things. One is humanitarian relief for people who are not legally entitled to live in the United States, and one is how do we keep the city safe for U.S. citizens. And we have we could even go into another topic with our district attorney here, who is an absolute joke, loser, complete loss, but that's a separate issue. So, right. I disagree completely with Stephen.
Well, I figured you would, which is why I brought it up and we played it before you came on the air, because I figured you would disagree. I just don't think that we can take everyone from every country that can't get their crowd together and rebuild. I agree.
I'm sorry. I agree.
Dominican is nice, and they're on the same island as Haiti, and they got it together. Haiti's got poor government, so that doesn't mean you get to come here. And a lot of these people are on receiving benefits, and we can't support everyone who wants to come here. But I'm with you. Get rid of it altogether, because it's not temporary, and people, I've won the lottery because I get to go to America and live there forever. But the problem is with Haiti also, a lot of the people who came drained their economy because they were professionals. They were doctors. They were nurses. They were police officers. And it was not the very, very poor people, teachers, that crippled a lot of their economy by a lot of those people leaving and coming to the United States, especially by Biden, with
but
his
those were also
flying.
the people, with all due respect, those were also the people that were being terrorized. They weren't terrorizing poor people in Haiti. They were going after the professionals who had money. They were killing them. They were kidnapping them. Those people had legitimate reasons to come. Now, for me, applying for TPS was a mistake. I think that they should have applied for asylum. They would have, at least under probably under Bush, probably under Trump 1, probably under Obama, probably under Trump 1, definitely under Biden. They would have qualified for asylum. And waiting for TPS, I think we agree on the fundamental principle that you cannot come over here with the idea that you're going to stay forever when you don't do anything to establish the roots that allow you to stay forever. We also don't have that much of a system that allows that to happen. But you can't use TPS. That's not the right vehicle for it. But by the same token, I'm simply saying, if you're going to have that, you're going to have temporary protected status. Don't make a mockery of it and play games with it and take the worst country in the world right now that's in the Western Hemisphere and say, things are hunky-dory, things are fine. And the way that Kristi Noem did it, Kristi Noem, you know how she determined that Haiti was great right now? Stephen didn't talk about this. She did no research. She didn't do any investigation. She sent one email to the Department of State, to Rubio, who I adore Rubio. She sent it to some functionary at the Department of State, and somebody wrote back and said, yeah, I think Haiti's okay. And she took that one email and used that as the basis for terminating TPS. That was what was in front of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court looked at the statute, and they basically said, well, the statute says it's entirely within the purview of the White House, which is true. Unfortunately, you also have to factor in due process. You have to factor in randomness. How do you make these decisions? So, and, I don't want to go into the whole scholarly discussion of it, but I think we agree that TPS should. Yes, it
needs to go away.
It's a mess.
It's a mess. It needs to go away. But to be fair, and I'll just say this one last thing, and then we're gonna take a quick break because I want to do some fun stuff with you. Okay, cool. But I will say, my favorite post on X, I read it earlier, was basically Trump said, what did he say? Trump said, Haiti is a blank hole country. And the Democrats are like, that's racist. You can't say that. There's nothing wrong with Haiti. So Trump goes, oh, we're sending the Haitians back to Haiti. And now everybody's like, no, you can't do that. Haiti's a blank hole country. So it depends on, Democrats told us Haiti was fine. Why would you call it that? Why would you insult the Haitians like that? That's racist. How could you say that about Haiti? And now that he wants to send the Haitians back, all of a sudden, he was right the first time.
I think bringing race into it is wrong. I think, that's why I hate the left, because it's all about race. Yes. Look, they're going after the black people. They're going after the Latinos. No, it's not about that. It's about looking at the facts on the ground. I'd say the same thing about Syria. I'd say the same thing, not so much about Venezuela. Well, now Venezuela with the earthquake, absolutely, there's a reason for TPS. But I have a strong feeling that this administration isn't going to look at 2 7.5 earthquakes and say, yeah, there may be some problems in those countries. But I don't think it's race at all. I think it's process.
No, I agree. My point was about the hypocrisy of whether it's a great country to live in or it's not.
I agree. I agree. And the left is always hypocritical about those things. They always play games with race, and I hate it. And that's why, for even though people out there listening are saying, "Oh my God, she's like a communist socialist," that Christine. I'm not, and I never was, and I will never be a Democrat ever again because of the games that they play with race and identity and all of this stuff. But that's not what we're talking about with TPS, and it never should have been. And the left muddied the waters by doing that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right. We need to do something right now because it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Yay!
All right, Mary, it is that time of day where we play Dom's Money Melody. Today's prize winner will get another copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization.
Yes.
It was on this day in 1977 that Elvis Presley made his last ever live stage appearance when he appeared at the Market Square Arena in Indianapolis, and he would pass away a little less than 2 months later. So I'm going to play you one of his songs today, Jailhouse Rock. Only, of course, he's not going to be singing it. It's going to be a cover band. I want to know the cover band covering Elvis today. Some notes about this band. Never really a band to end up in the jailhouse, but they were definitely not short on controversy, having some relationship issues within the band, we'll say. So I'm going to leave it at that. I want to know this wildly popular band covering Elvis who had some relationship issues within the band. Let's take a listen.
Okay.
Band full of couples. Want to know who this is covering Elvis here?
I got nothing. Yesterday, I knew yesterday's. I knew yesterday's.
Yeah.
Today, I got nothing.
I will
Except
say this does not sound like their music at all. It really doesn't. Like I was shocked that this band was singing this way.
Me too. That is.
So it's not the Partridge Family.
No.
Okay, all right.
Definitely not. All right. We'll see if anyone can get it over the break. Yeah, I want to know this band with relationship issues.
Oh,
Don't say it.
No, don't say it.
Okay, I have a guess.
Okay. All right. We'll get to it in the break.
And I'll be honest whether I was right or not.
If you know the answer, 855-839-1210. We'll be waiting for your call.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Summer is here, and so are the summer specials at Suburban Marble and Granite. Now is the perfect time to transform your home with premium stone and quality craftsmanship at up to 50% off. As they bring in more inventory, select styles and materials are available at incredible savings while supplies last. Don't miss this opportunity to upgrade your kitchen, bathroom, outdoor space, or custom project with stunning stone and expert installation. Take advantage of these limited time savings before they're gone. Suburban Marble and Granite. Endless possibilities, spectacular results. Visit suburbanmarble.com today.
First Harvest Credit Union celebrates the nation's 250th birthday with community, progress, and financial freedom. We're here to help your money grow. Earn 3.4% annual percentage yield on an 18-month share or IRA certificate. Or choose our 24-month option and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Discover more options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
That is right. All right, we want to know who this is covering Elvis right here. All right, it's a band with a lot of relationship issues. Carl in Washington Township. Carl, who's covering this? Who's covering Elvis here?
I believe that's the Blues Brothers.
No, not quite. Not
No?
quite, Carl. Sorry, no. Let's head over to Lou in Mount Laurel. Lou, who's covering Elvis here?
Is that Fleetwood Mac?
Here we go.
All right. The clues give it away, Lou? Did I give too much?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I figured I did, but I wanted someone to win. So, all right, congrats, Lou. You're
Yes.
today's winner. We'll get you squared away with that prize.
Congratulations, Lo. You know that you've given too many clues when I get it right.
Is that the litmus test?
It is, because I'm terrible at stuff like this. I'm terrible. And as soon as you said relationship issues, and I was like, Christine, bring Christine, because she had a guess too. Christine, who was your guest? Christine Flowers here with us.
I was wrong. I thought Bon Jovi. Because when you were saying relationship issues, I thought,
you, it really
wow.
doesn't sound like them, yeah.
I mean, every band has relationship issues, but Fleetwood Mac had like a lot of like marriage, relationships, sleeping with the other people. Like they had a whole boatload of stuff going
Never
on.
ended up in the jailhouse, but yeah, not good stuff either way.
No, that was good. So, anyway, all right. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations, Lou. Yay! See, I should be able to win because I would have won 2 days in a row. That's all I'm saying. Fine. They told me that I could win that in lieu of getting paid.
No, they need to pay you. They need to pay you.
They need to pay me now.
Come on.
All right, let's have some fun. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's kind of play off of that. You guys want to hear from all of you. Rainn Wilson, he played Dwight Schrute on The Office. And he told Fox News Digital, he was doing an interview, and he said that partisan hypocrisy on both sides of the political aisle is fueling Americans' divisions, which is interesting because he's left, he's in L.A., and he argued that cancel culture has stifled modern day comedy. You're starting to see some of these people who are in Hollywood saying, wait a minute, this cancel culture that we were so far behind, we were all cheering, it eventually comes and bites you in the butt. It always does. It always comes for you eventually. And he said, I don't feel like you could make The Office today. I think that would be too hard to be as politically incorrect as we were on the show. I kind of miss that. And he said, despite that both his character and Steve Carell's role as Michael Scott were purposely portrayed as lacking self-awareness and a boob, the humor would not fly or be viewed as socially acceptable in today's society. we milked that for a lot of great comedy, really inappropriate stuff. But even with the fact that painting that character as just an idiot, I don't think you could get away with that today. And I have to tell you, The Office is one of my absolute favorite shows of all time. Hilarious. When it'll run like on a back channel on a Saturday afternoon when I'm cleaning or something or folding laundry or whatever, and I'll put it on. And I just sit there and I listen and I just laugh, even though I know exactly how it's going to go, how it ends. It's just so funny. So Christine is there, and anybody who wants to join in, 855-839-1210. Can you think of like a television show or a series or a movie that could not be made today? Because I think there are so many of them. What you got?
Oh, Lord. Pretty much every single one of them, I think. I mean, Cheers, because you have a guy who is you had Sam, who was... he was adorable and he was handsome, but he was predatory, but they made fun of it. It was sort of like, he loved all these women and he was this and that. And it would be like, oh my God, this is a Me Too moment. I don't think that they could do, let me see, Mary Tyler Moore. Because Mary Tyler Moore was even though she was very smart, she was deferential to Mr. Grant, and they would you just can't do that. Women can't be seen as being deferential in any way, shape, or form. We couldn't have any of the sweet old family shows like Leave It to Beaver or what were the other ones? Dennis the Menace, the Ozzie and Harriet, where the mother stayed in the home. She would be ridiculed because she chose to be a mother. I don't think there's really anything today that we would be able to let me see. Any show where a minority was a regular character but not a major part of the show, because then it would be like, well, it's tokenism over here. All in the Family was amazing, and All in the Family didn't take itself seriously, but it was quite a serious commentary, I think, on race relations. We couldn't do that today because there's no more freaking nuance anymore. Everybody is so freaking literal. You have to be careful. Like, for example, real quick, on my Facebook page, I put up these photos of these two really strange-looking men who have kind of been, like social media stalkers. They've just been, constantly posting things on my page, commenting. I have no idea who these people are. So what I did was I took screenshots of their faces, and then I posted them, and I said, gosh, I wish my stalkers were better looking than this. And I said, and they have pronouns. Do you believe it that I got a whole bunch of people telling me everybody has pronouns, Christine? Everybody uses pronouns. I don't know why you're making fun of people who use pronouns. And I'm thinking, oh my God, people don't even have the irony gene anymore. They don't understand sarcasm. Everything, to me, we've ruined ourselves. And there is no truly good television fare unless some of the streaming programs, some of the things that, the networks are impossible. So, yeah, honestly, that's off the top of my head, that's what I think. I don't think there's really anything that we could do today that we would be able to kind of put out there and not worry about how it's going to be seen, all of the different networks now. Now CBS is worried about putting out certain things there. From the other end, we've got the pendulum swinging now in the other direction with conservatives who are looking very, very closely at things that they don't like, they don't want to hear. And I'm just like, can't we just let people be themselves, be authentic, and not worry about having to say the right thing or present ourselves in a certain way? Whatever. It's frustrating.
It is. Well, thank you for kicking it off with me. I'm going to open up the phones, and I just wanted to start just something fun with you because I knew we were going to talk about something serious, and I wanted to start something fun with you. So thank you so much.
Well,
have a great weekend, my friend.
You too, sweetie, and good luck on that train.
Yeah, well, I'm going with a friend, and I'm going to bring Vicks to put under my nose.
Oh, yeah, Vicks Vapor Rub. That's great.
Vicks Vapor Rub under my nose.
Well, good luck. I'll be thinking of you. You too.
Thank you. All right. Coming up, your calls, 855-839-1210, or tag me in a post on X at Mary Walter Radio. What is a show or a movie or something that they could not have around today, could not make today? I bet you there's even music that you could not. Remember when they went after Christmas carols? And I want to know if you have ever just really purposely exposed your kids, grandchildren, nieces, nephews to some of these shows just to kind of desensitize them a little bit, or say, hey, this is what we used to watch and it's funny, because sometimes watching their reactions is sad but funny and entertaining at the same time. And I will talk to Henry and Kirk and get their things, their list of things. All right, so 855-839-1210. It's all coming up on the Dom Giordano Show.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Weather sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union.
The forecast will be unsettled for the start of the weekend. We'll have partly to mostly cloudy conditions through the afternoon. It'll be warm and humid with a high around 87. For tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers around after midnight with a low 72. And then for Saturday, mostly cloudy skies with showers at times. It'll be cooler with a high 78.
Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Enjoy early pay and free fraud and credit monitoring. Take control of your finances. Smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Visit fmfcu.org/betterbanking. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, happy Friday. Just having some fun here before we start the weekend. And Rainn Wilson, who starred as Dwight Schrute on The Office, he said, we couldn't even make The Office today. We couldn't even have that as a TV show today because it was too much. Like a lot of the it would be too politically incorrect with a lot of the stuff that we did. And he said the political right is all up in arms about, oh, he's a racist, see? And when which I find hilarious because the only time the right points out racism now because the left pointed out racism and everything, but I digress. But they won't look at their own side when people show racist tendencies or say racist things, and it's the same on the left. They're willing to overlook the Plattner Nazi tattoo, but if it was someone from the other side that had a tattoo that was questionable, they would be all over MSNBC about it. It's the hypocrisy that gets me the most. I agree. It is the hypocrisy. So I think he's absolutely right. And who was Mel? Oh gosh, the guy who made all the really funny movies. Mel Brooks. He years ago said I could never make my movies today ever. I would be run out of Hollywood today if I tried to make any of those movies. All right, guys. So what show or movie could not be made today?
Well, it's funny you said that because I was absolutely going to lead off with the low-hanging fruit in this category, and that has to be Mel Brooks's Blazing Saddles.
Of course. I love it. And it was just on TCM about a month ago, uncensored, and I recorded it. They showed it at like 1 a.m., but I saw it was coming up, and I'm like, boom, I recorded it. Because I think that's one that my nieces and nephews need to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone
just
should give it a watch.
Watch their heads try to process it.
Well, for me,
okay,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Kirk.
I was going to say Married with Children because that was like sex appeal throughout from the beginning of the episode to the end of the episode. So that, and also there was a lot of racial
Well, Al Bundy in the shoe store is
exactly right.
Not fly anywhere.
And then Marcy across the street though was gay and all the gay jokes. Remember?
Say that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right? Mm-hmm. You could never say that today because oh my gosh, how could you say that? Have you guys ever seen 16 Candles?
Yes.
It's been a while, but yeah.
Right? The Donger.
Oh gosh, yeah.
What was it? Luck Duck Dong. Am I right on that? Don't ask me where I left my keys, but I can remember Luck Duck Dong. Right? And it was, they kept talking to the Chinese boy, right?
Yeah.
The Chinese boys in the train. It was hilarious. John Hughes's movies you can never make today because they were just so real. You can't make realistic movies anymore. They have to be sanitized.
PC up to PC all the way.
No more Yankee my wanky, remember? He's learning English. Remember, he's learning English.
Longer needs food.
The bohunk, the oily bohunk. Right. Remember, she's marrying the oily bohunk. But it's hilarious and we laugh at it. Now my nieces, each one for their 16th birthday, they came with their mom, they came over, we did pizza and we watched 16 Candles. So growing up in our family with my brothers, my nieces have been well desensitized to being any kind of sensitive at all towards anything because we give zero, we subjected them to it from the time they were young. Like they knew what they were getting. So we did that. Yeah. So it's 855-839-1210 if anybody wants to jump in because I don't want to take them all. There are so many good ones.
Oh, I didn't even get to my TV show one.
Oh, go do your TV show.
Are you an Entourage fan? At all?
No, I never saw it.
Oh, well, if you ever watch it, I mean, like from even the first episode on, you'd know the main character, Vince. He's a bit of a womanizer. You know, he gets with a lot of girls. That might not fly today. Maybe it would. Who knows? But what absolutely wouldn't fly is his agent, Ari Gold, who's very foul-mouthed. And the kind of racist, sexist, misogynistic comments he makes just on a daily basis. I mean, even in the show, it cost him bringing an NFL team to Los Angeles, and that was in 2010. So I can't imagine what he would be like in 2026 and the things, you know, he would not be able to say, you know, in a corporate office being a high-powered Hollywood agent. Yeah, like, I don't know if that could be remade. I know they're going to try, but...
You know what's interesting? Do you remember when they tried to cancel Friends? Yeah, the reruns of Friends, because the millennials or whichever generation it was offended because there was no black person on it. It was six white
Dom's
people.
kryptonite.
There were no black people on it, and they tried to cancel it. And then people pointed out, well, Ross did date a black woman later. Yes, but the main characters were all white. And you can't. All of this just goes to show that we got to stop judging history through today's standards, because everything changes, and it's changing very, very, very rapidly, and less and less is acceptable. And I kind of think some of the tide is turning when you look at some of the comedians that you see online that are making the rounds, and some of them are really edgy. And they don't care. And there's people who are going to see them because people want to laugh again. Like Jerry Seinfeld said, I think you play an ad, or you play something on here, right? Isn't there like something that's played? Yeah, there is a Jerry Seinfeld. And he said, yeah, you could be that way, but you're never going to laugh again. Mm-hmm. And people want to laugh. All right, let's 855-839-1210. Joe in Columbus. Happy Friday, Joe.
Mary, happy weekend, Eve.
Thank you. Thank you. So what could we not ever make or see today?
Well, first of all, I want to speak on behalf of everybody. We love your Tuesday night show. You have great guests, and it's great exchange. It really is. Great interaction. Put it that way.
I'm so glad that you joined us. Thank you. Know what? There is not one this coming Tuesday, though, just so everybody knows, because I know like Sal is going to be looking for it, and he's going to be posted on X. Where's the show? So we're not doing it Tuesday just because I'm going to be on New Jersey Transit, because Sal gets a little confused with time sometimes. So
yeah, well, there's always someone who fails to pay attention, I'm sure. Mary, I don't know how. I would love to see the conundrum of what would happen if they wanted to recreate that show of all mostly African Americans who lampooned African American gays, African American gangbangers. That
was in Living Color. Was the Wayans brothers, right? In Living Color.
That was
right.
It was priceless. It was hilarious.
That's where Carrie got it. Not Carrie. The tall, skinny guy who. Yeah, what was his name? Oh, Jim Carrey got his start.
Yes.
He was Fireman Bill or Fireman Bob. Remember?
Oh my God! It was great. You know, Men's on Film. You know, the gay guys.
The two gay guys on film. Yes.
Only they could get away with that. It was priceless. You know, and then you had. Who was Homie the Clown?
Yeah,
beating people with a sock full of oranges.
Oh my gosh, that was such a great show, and it was so funny, and it launched a lot of careers. David Alan Grier, who's on St. Dennis now, he's always on a bunch of different shows, and the Wayans brothers. And wasn't Paula Abdul one of the backup dancers for that? Remember?
Yes. She was responsible for the dancing troupe, I believe, in there.
Yeah.
She was the choreographer.
Okay.
But, you know, that's the hypocrisy. You know, black people could do that. White people would have been torn apart if they even thought of having that idea.
Yeah, no, you're right. But that was just such a funny show. But that was the beginning of the political correctness where white people can't do it, but black people can do it. And you know what else?
Right.
The same thing, but the Jeffersons. I loved the great thing that was great about All in the Family when they brought the Jeffersons in, because he was just as racist as Archie. but he was
Yes,
black. And do you remember the scene where they're in the Jefferson's apartment, which is much nicer than Archie's home, right? Than the Bunker's home. They're in the apartment and they're meeting Lionel's girlfriend for the first time, of her parents. And her mother was black and her father was white. And Archie gets to meet them, and he's like, Lionel introduces him, and he goes, "Oh yeah, have you met?" He goes, "No, I'm gonna go take him over to meet my dad." And he goes, "Haven't met your dad yet, Edith? Hold my drink." And this I gotta see, because he watches Mr. Good, and he just stands there and just waits for Mr. Jefferson. What was his first name? I forget. Just wait for him and the reaction on his face when he sees that his future father-in-law is white. Just to see the whole thing. But it was perfect because it made fun of everybody.
Yeah, it was equal opportunity. It really was.
Yeah.
I remember Archie bided his time, but then I thought he started poking at Jefferson. "What do you make of that, Jefferson?" To say, what goes around comes around.
Exactly. All right, Joe, we got to run. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. So nice to be able to talk to you instead of just seeing notes. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Have a great weekend. All right, quick break. And then we got Chris and Greg and Charlie, and we'll go quickly through them. I promise. All right, that's coming up next on 1210 WPHT.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Summer's meant for making memories somewhere between here and there, and the right vehicle makes every mile memorable. Right now at Tri-County Toyota, you can finance a new 2026 Toyota Tundra for as low as 2.99% APR. Plus, every vehicle comes with our Tri-County for Life guarantee. Visit us at 15 L&D Drive or online at tricountytoyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You. With approved credit, final price includes $490 doc fee plus tax, tag, title, and other government charges. Expires 6/30/2026. See dealer for details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, we're going to wrap it up here to get everybody in. We got to be quick, okay? All right? and just talking about movies or television shows that could not be made today, or even music that could not be made today because everyone is just so stinking sensitive. Chris in Boyertown, you're first. Go. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on. First of all, the Chinese guy's name was Long Duck Dong.
Yeah.
16 Candles.
Yeah, okay.
And also Dean Martin and the Celebrity Roast. If you ever saw them with Don Rickles, they'd be flagged instantly.
Yeah, I kind of like have a memory of them, but I never watched them, to be honest with you. I never watched them.
I think I'm a little bit older than you guys, but if they're on YouTube, look at them on YouTube. Your jaw will drop. I guarantee you. Thank you for having me on. Have a great weekend, guys.
Thank you. Oh, now I have something. I know what we're all doing this weekend.
Exactly right.
By the way, I am on Monday from 3 to 7. I'm going to do the job of two people. Nice. One woman can always do the job of two people.
Nice.
Greg from Wilmington, go ahead. You're on the Dom. The Dom show. You know what I'm talking about. I cannot say that man's name together. I cannot say it. Hi, Greg.
How are you?
Good. Go ahead.
The movie that they could absolutely not make right now is the Bad News Bears, the original Bad News Bears.
Oh, with Walter Matthau.
Yeah. Let me give you a little, and I'm going to use very PG-13. Tanner Boyle was their hot-headed shortstop, and he said, all we got on this team are a bunch of J's, derogatory word for Spanish person, the N-word, it just went on. And the last one was a booger-eating moron. You could not make that movie today.
We're going to close it out.
I remember the booger-eating moron. You're 100% right. That was a very, very funny movie. That was a hilarious movie. Because back then...
It's an all-timer.
Yeah, hearing a kid talk like that was funny, and we laughed at it. And if it was your kid, you would never put up with it, obviously. But the drunk coach, the whole bit. Have you guys seen that, Henry?
Yeah. Totally.
Okay, you've seen it. Yeah.
The other thing was Kelly Leak was 11 years old or whatever, smoking a cigarette. Like, that was the other thing. Like, you couldn't have a kid smoking a dart these days, right?
Smoking a dart.
Yes, it's very true. You also couldn't have a coach drunk and drinking beer while coaching the kids on the field either.
I actually had one, and we won the championship. We actually won the championship, a baseball coach, and we won because he was drunk and did no coaching for us.
Nice.
That's the way we went.
Way to go.
Yeah.
There you go. Sometimes it works. Greg, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. And lastly, I want to get Charlie from filling in here. Charlie, we got about a minute. Hi, welcome.
I think Seinfeld was a very funny show, and I don't think they could make it today. I mean, George being steeped in gayness and the ugly baby and George with shrinkage. And my favorite was the one with Elaine. She was going out with a sax player that wouldn't go south of the border, and he finally did. And then he was playing in the club, and these record executives were there to hear him play, and he started going, oh, he couldn't play the sax, I guess, because he went down on her. I don't know. Yeah. But she goes sneaking out the back door with the last scene. That was hysterical. I don't think they could do that today.
Yeah, I don't think that some of that stuff can even be said. But I'm not in charge of that. I'm not in charge of that. But yeah, Seinfeld. All those shows had a lot of stuff. It was made for adults, and we knew it, and we had fun with it. Heck, you probably can't show half of those cartoons that we used to watch with the Roadrunner and the Coyote because they hit them with an anvil. So, all right, we're out. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll see you on Monday.